to the Brics Technical and Vocational Education and Training Cooperation Alliance Research Symposium 2026, convened as a part of India's BRICS Presidency 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event brings together representatives from BRICS member countries, policymakers, international partners, experts, and researchers to advance collective dialogue and cooperation towards building sustainable, inclusive, and future-ready skills ecosystem. As we begin, we are honored to welcome the distinguished dignitaries joining us for the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please acknowledge the presence of our dignitaries. Srimati Debashri Mukherjee, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Madam, we please welcome you on the dais. Shri Dilip Kumar, Director General, Directorate General of Training. Shri Anand Rao V. Patil, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Education. Shri Niranjan Kumar Sudhanshu, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Srimati Manisha Sen Sarma, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Shri Rajiv Bodwade, Joint Secretary, MER3, Ministry of External Affairs. Shri Arun Kumar Pillai, Rotating Chair, Brics-Tca and Chief Executive Officer, National Skill Development Cooperation. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome all our dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the felicitation ceremony, allow me to share the significance of the memento that will be presented today. Inspired by the beautiful Kalpavriksha, a revered symbol in Indian tradition, it embodies abundance, continuity, and shared purpose. Presented as a token of appreciation, it celebrates the friendships, dialogue, and cooperation strengthened during the symposium, with the hope that they continue to flourish in the years ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of our respect and appreciation, we will now proceed with the felicitation ceremony to honor our distinguished dignitaries. May I now invite Shri Niranjan Kumar Sudhanshu, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, to please felicitate Srimati Debashri Mukherjee, Secretary, MSDE. Can we please have the memento? It's our absolute pleasure, madam, to have you with us today. Thank you so much, sir. I now request, sir, to kindly felicitate Shri Dilip Kumar, Director General, Directorate General of Training. Can we have the memento, please? Sir, it's our absolute pleasure to have you with us today. Thank you, Mr. Sudhanshu. May I now invite Shri Arun Kumar Pillai, Rotating Chair, Brics-Tca and CEO NSDC, to kindly felicitate Shri Anand Rao V. Patil ji. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. Request, sir, to kindly felicitate Shri Niranjan Kumar Sudhanshu, Additional Secretary, MSDE. I again request Sir Pillai to kindly felicitate Shri Rajiv Bodwade, Joint Secretary, MER3, Ministry of External Affairs. sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, may we have a warm round of applause for all our distinguished dignitaries present with us today. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Brics-Tca Secretariat, the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, and the National Skill Development Corporation, I extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, delegates, and participants joining us from across BRICS nations. Ladies and gentlemen, this symposium represents a shared commitment to strengthening international cooperation in technical and vocational education and training, while exploring innovative approaches in sustainability, digital transformation, and lifelong learning. We are honored by your presence, and we look forward to meaningful discussions and collaborative outcomes over the course of this entire symposium. To formally commence and welcome the gathering, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, Rotating Chair, Brics-Tca and Chief Executive Officer, National Skill Development Cooperation, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Hearty welcome, sir.
Debashi Mukherjee, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Shri Dilip Kumarji, Director General Training, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Shri Anand Rao Patilji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Education. Mr. Sudhanshuji, Additional Secretary of Ministry of Skill Development Education and Entrepreneurship. Shri Rajiv Bodwade, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Distinguished delegates from BRICS countries who have joined us online, and colleagues from industry, academia, Tibet institutions, international organizations, MSD, NSDC, NCVT, SSCs, research institutions, and our development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It's my great privilege as the host secretariat to warmly welcome you to New Delhi for this BRICS-Tibet Cooperation Alliance Research Symposium and Joint Management Committee meeting convened under India's chairship, BRICS Chairship 2026. Your presence here today, both in the room and online, speaks to a shared commitment to strengthen the technical and vocational education across the BRICS community. India's chairship is guided by the theme of building for resilience, innovation, cooperation, and sustainability. Over these 2 days, we apply the theme to a single question: how do we cooperate to make our Tibet systems sustainable and digitally enabled? We are living through one of the most significant transformations in the history of work. 3 transformations specifically: the digital, the green, and the demographic transition. Coming to the digital transition, the World Economic Forum's Future Jobs Report 2025 finds that 86% of employers expect AI and information process technologies to fundamentally transform their businesses by 2030. And close to 39% of the workers' core skills will change over the same period. Therefore, this is no longer a question of digital literacy. It's also about building a workforce that can adapt continuously to this big change. The green transition, the International Renewable Energy Agency estimates that the global renewable energy employment reached 16.6 million jobs by 2025, much of it concentrated in emerging economies. Renewable energy technicians, electric vehicle specialists, battery engineers, environment professionals, these are among the fastest growing occupations today in the world. And the green transition is not only an economic imperative, but also a workforce imperative. And finally, the demographic transition. And across BRICS, we see contrasting realities. Some member countries face aging populations and tightening labor markets. Others, expanding young population entering the workforce every single year. We tend to present this contrast as a divergence to be managed. I believe that this is the single greatest asset this group possesses at this point in time. No other group in the world holds within one tent such a large reservoir of young workers and at the same time some of the sharpest labor shortages. Other groups are uniformly aging or uniformly young. BRICS is demographically very complementary. India, Ethiopia, Egypt, Indonesia sit on one side. In India's case, around 2/3 of our population is under 35, and roughly 10 million young people enter the labor workforce every year. And that will hold for the better part of the next 2 decades. On the other side sit several members whose working age populations are flat or contracting and labor shortages are structural. China's working age population has begun to decline. Russia faces acute shortages across manufacturing and construction. Our Gulf members have built entire economic models on structured import of labor. So somewhere in this grouping today, a vacancy sits unfilled. Somewhere else in the grouping, there is a young person who could actually fill it and who was certified last week. And the problem is neither of them know the other exists. So the binding constraint for this is not training, it is trust. What stands between us and this opportunity is not our training capacity. All of us can train. India trains at an enormous scale. China's vocational system is formidable. Brazil is a global reference. Russia has utilized WorldSkills international standards to transform its vocational training systems. We are not short of classrooms or curricula. Where it breaks down is at recognition. The credential does not survive when we cross borders. A welder certified in Bihar, India, is not a welder in, say, Belo Horizonte in Brazil. A nurse trained in South Africa, standards arise fully competent, but she is not formally qualified and must spend 2 years and considerable amount of money proving otherwise. If Brics did nothing else for this decade except bring this recognition barrier down, it would be the largest contribution the group could have made to global labor welfare. The good thing is we are not starting from nothing. We already have the architecture. We have a skills development working group. We have a Tibet Cooperation Alliance. We have a network university. What the architecture now needs is a small number of concrete things to bind. Let me set out 4. First, a Brics qualification reference framework. I'm not talking harmonization here because it's not realistic to think of a common curriculum across 11 countries. What is needed is a framework against which each national system can be referenced. Europe did precisely that. The European framework does not tell Germany how to train, it tells France what a German level 4 means. We can start with few, say 10 high mobility occupations, nursing, elder care, welding, etc. We get this right and we can expand further. Second, we should look at verifiable digital credentials on an open specification. India has built a large public digital ecosystem on open protocols, and it is willing to collaborate on creating verifiable digital credentials on an open specification across this group, so that a certificate, say, issued in Sao Paulo should be verifiable in Shanghai in under a second, and there's no need for an embassy attestation or a 6-week wait. Third, we should look at those sectors where standards are not yet been settled. We should try to build co-developed standards here. Semiconductor assembly, green hydrogen, renewable, maintenance, battery manufacturing, applied AI, etc., care economy. Every Brics member is building capacity in this simultaneously, and there's no global standard as yet fixed. If we co-develop these standards now, they could become a reference for the large share of the world's future workforce. If we wait 5 years, we will spend the next 20 years complying with someone else's standard. This is the item which I think which is the shortest deadline. Finally, in terms of ethical mobility corridors, if pre-departure training is designed backwards from what the destination regular actually requires, bilateral mobility and social security agreements, and the elimination of worker-paid recruitment costs, Brics could adopt simple principles like where the employer pays. These 4, what I just stated, are the direction of travel. There are years of work here, and this is not the work of a single chairship. So let me be a little more concrete in India where we believe this could begin. I propose 3 collaborative initiatives. They're deliberately sequenced. Each is a step along the same road. The first is a Brics International Skill Gap Study. As economies become more connected, workforce planning can no longer remain confined within national borders. A shared study would identify emerging occupations, future workforce requirement, sector-specific shortages, and concrete opportunities for cooperation across BRIC economies. Its deeper purpose is this. It is how this complementarity that I've just described becomes evident and that we can act upon. Second, a BRIC skill competition, a platform of our own. We celebrate excellence in vocational skills to inspire young learners, to strengthen industry engagement, and to affirm the dignity of skilled work. A competition's marking scheme is in practice a standard. Everyone who trains for this competition trains to that standard. If it's used deliberately, a BRIC skills competition becomes the fastest and the least bureaucratic route we have towards having a shared understanding what a competency actually means across the member countries. Third, Brics Compendium are the best practices in Tibet, a living record of what each of our systems have learned across industry partnerships, digital learning, qualification, financing, and workforce development. Here too, there's a second purpose. Before we can recognize one another's credentials, we must first be able to read one another's systems. The compendium is where the work begins. Thus, a study to see the opportunity, a competition to set the standard, and a compendium to learn to read from each other. 3 steps on the road I described. Finally, in closing, the future of work will not be shaped by individual institutions working in isolation. It will be shaped by countries that collaborate, innovate, and invest together in their people. Collectively, BRICS accounts for close to half of the world's population and a growing share of global manufacturing, digital innovation, and renewable energy. Whatever the world decides about the future of skills, a very large part of the answer will be built in BRICS countries by institutions like the ones represented in this room. So let us use these 2 days not merely to exchange ideas, but to build partnerships, generate evidence, and create practical solutions that improve opportunities for millions of learners across our countries. If we keep the learner at the center of everything we design, strengthen the ecosystem around her, and work together as trusted partners, BRICS can lead the world in shaping the future of skills and workforce development. On behalf of the hosting secretariat, I wish you 2 days of productive deliberation on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful remarks and for highlighting the importance of collective action in shaping the future of skills development across BRICS nations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also acknowledge the presence of Srimati Manisha Sen Sarma, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Hearty welcome, madam. Before we proceed further, may I please request Shri Arun Kumar Pillai, sir, to kindly felicitate madam with the memento. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Education and skill development are increasingly interconnected in an era defined by continuous learning and evolving workforce requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, to speak on the role of skills diplomacy and BRICS cooperation, I now take the honor to invite Mr. Rajiv Bodbude, Joint Secretary, MER3, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Sir, may we please have you here?
Srimati Devashri Mukherjee, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Enterprises, Entrepreneurship. Distinguished heads of delegations from the BRICS member countries. Srimati Manisha Sen Sarma, Senior Economic Advisor, MSD. Shri Anantrao V. Patil, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education. Shri Niranjan Kumar Sudhanshu, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Shri Dilip Kumar, DG, DGT. Shri Arun Kumar Pillai, CEO of NSDC. Delegates, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, a very good morning to all of you. It indeed is a pleasure for me to be here today. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the National Skill Development Corporation for hosting the Brics-Tca Secretariat for the year 2026. And I would also like to appreciate the work done by China's Educational Association for International Exchange for advancing BRICS cooperation through the Brics-Tca Secretariat. We are glad to anchor today's deliberations on skill sustainability, which is one of the most important pillars of India's chairship, which is building for resilience, innovation, cooperation, and sustainability, which has been guided by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a humanity-first and a people-centric approach. As we celebrate 20 years of the inception of BRICS in 2006, we do take pride in the fact that today, BRICS countries represent more than 40% of the world's GDP and almost half of the world's population, which is a vast reservoir of human potential, ideas, innovation, and aspirations. Now, BRICS spans to 11 countries as members and 10 partner countries. BRICS, over the years, has evolved not just as a platform for dialogue, but it has emerged into a platform which is capable of delivering practical, people-centric outcomes on issues that shape our shared destiny. As you witnessed during this year's India's chairship, the practical partnership across a spectrum of developmental areas has advanced. It deepened engagements in seamless trade, future-ready mobility, and labor force, women-led development, traditional medicine, smart and responsible tourism, citizen-centric urban governance are just a few of the areas in which the cooperation has advanced. BRICS, under India's chairship, forged new connections between local governments, businesses, civil society organizations, academic community, and youth to create lasting partnerships for a secure, prosperous, and harmonious world. We meet at a time when rapid technological shifts, supply chain realignments, and clean energy transitions are reshaping economic order across the global south. As our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, highlighted at the Human Resource Mobility Partnership Forum, the world is experiencing sharp demographic shifts and unprecedented technological transformation. In this evolving landscape, human capital is our most vital strategic asset. Therefore, we equip, certify, and mobilize our workforce. How we mobilize our workforce will determine our collective growth. This is why skill diplomacy becomes a focus area for BRICS cooperation. Skill diplomacy is a strategic alignment of workforce policies, credential systems, and mobility frameworks across borders. We are able to achieve this through concrete initiatives such as expanding migration and mobility partnerships. India has already signed such agreements with 26 countries across the world. We have dedicated international skilling hubs, such as the Skill India International Centers. We also strive for fair, safe, and transparent governance through mechanisms such as the e-Migrate portal. This platform has issued over 5 million immigration clearances utilizing digital tools to eliminate fraudulent intermediaries and protect worker welfare. We are also advancing our skill diplomacy through initiatives such as the Skill India Digital Hub and the Skilling for AI Readiness. India has been open and ready to share these initiatives, including open digital learning architecture, as a collaborative resource for all BRICS partners. By equipping our youth with future-ready capabilities and establishing trusted pathways for mobility, we fulfill our collective promise to our peoples. The BRICS Technical and Vocational Education and Training Cooperation Alliance is an important platform for advancing these objectives. India's assumption of the rotating Brics-Tca Secretariat is both a responsibility and an opportunity to give practical direction to our work. The proposed TCA compendium of sustainable skill initiatives, the digital transformation of TVET knowledge series, and the biennial progress report can become valuable instruments for sharing experience and identifying future priorities. I wish the symposium every success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable perspectives on strengthening learning ecosystems for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, international cooperation remains central to advancing shared priorities in skills development. To speak on the role of from degree to lifelong learning, the BRICS paradigm, I now invite Shri Anand Rao V. Patil, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome sir.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Devarsi Mukherjee ma'am, respected Dilip Kumar ji, my colleague and friend Arun Kumar Pillai ji, Sudhanshu ji, Rajiv ji, Manisha ji, my colleagues from various ministries, distinguished delegates, distinguished representatives from the academia and industry, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering on the theme From Degrees to Lifelong Learning, the BRICS paradigm. It reflects a fundamental shift in 21st century education. Today, a university degree is no longer a destination of learning. In an era of rapid technology advancement, AI, digital transformation, and the green economy, learning must become dynamic, continuous, and lifelong. Technical and vocational education and training has emerged as a cornerstone of this transformation. It equips learners with the industry-related skills, enhances employability, and enables them to adopt changing labor market. TVET should not be looked upon as an alternative to higher education, but as an integral and equally valued component on our education systems. India's National Education Policy 2020 embodies this vision by promoting multidisciplinary education, flexible learning pathways, integration of vocational and higher education, multiple entries and exits, and recognition of lifelong learning. The multiple entry and exit system enables students to move between academia and the workforce without academic loss. The academic bank of credits validates learning achievements, while the National Credit Framework unifies academic, vocational, and experiential learning. I would like to highlight our very important flagship program, that is National Apprentice Training Scheme and Apprentice Embedded Degree Program. It bridges the academia and industry through on-the-job training. The students, they go to the shop floor for 6 months or more than that, and they work in the industry and get the real learning from the industry, and it is really helping them to get the employment. All India Council for Technical Education supports skill-focused modules and internships. While Swayam Plus co-created with the industry, this platform offers upskilling courses at scale, and many students are utilizing this platform. Another pillar is research and innovation. The Anusandhan National Research Foundation, or ANRF, supports university and college research in emerging technologies and national priority areas. PMRF, Spark, Imprint, UAY, and Institution of Eminence, these schemes strengthen research capacity and collaboration. It reflects India's ascent in Global Innovation Index. Recognizing this lifelong learning is a global pursuit, India has enabled prestigious foreign higher education institutions to establish campuses in the country. Under UGC Regulations 2021, Indian institutions are encouraged to offer tuning, joint, and dual degree programs, while international partners promoting student mobility and cross-cultural learning. Esteemed delegates, India's integrated approach offers a potential paradigm for collaboration among BRICS nations. We have an opportunity to build a learning ecosystem connecting higher education institutions, vocational education providers, industry, and digital learning platforms, enabling learners to continuously acquire new competencies. This requires stronger synergy between industry and academia, mutual recognition of qualifications, skills and micro-credentials, and wider use of online platforms and digital credentials. Such cooperation can facilitate mobility, expand access to affordable quality education, and support emerging sectors including artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, and the green economy. Inclusivity and equity must remain foundational. Women, youth, rural populations, and marginal communities must have meaningful opportunities to participate in knowledge economy. BRICS cooperation should promote joint skill development initiatives. TVET, faculty and student exchanges, collaborative curriculum development, center of excellence, and the sharing of best practices. Lifelong learning is not merely an educational aspiration, it is an economic necessity and a social imperative. By placing TVET at the heart of our cooperation, BRICS can build a resilient, skilled, and future-ready workforce capable of driving innovation, sustainable development, and shared prosperity. Let us work together to ensure that learning does not end with a degree, but continues throughout life, empowering every individual to thrive in an ever-changing world. I again request what Mr. Pillai has said, that let BRICS should allow the degrees across BRICS nations. It will help us to recognize each other's degrees and move, the students can move seamlessly across these geographies. With these words, I thank you one and all. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the significance of partnerships and cooperation in advancing shared development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the honor of hearing from a distinguished leader who has been instrumental in advancing India's skill development agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please invite Ms. Debashri Mukherjee, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, to please deliver the special address, madam.
Thank you very much. Director General of Training, Additional Secretary Higher Education, Additional Secretary MSD, Senior Economic Advisor MSD, Joint Secretary MEA, and CEO NSDC. Colleagues and friends who are working in the skill development and the Tibet space in India and across the BRICS countries, colleagues from industry, academia, international organizations, research institutions, development partners, everybody who's connected today physically, as well as those who are connected with us virtually. A very good morning, or whatever time of the day it is where you are, to all of you. It is a privilege for India to host the Brics-Tca Research Symposium and Joint Management Committee meeting during our BRICS chairship of 2026. I extend a very warm welcome to all our international delegates and thank each participating country for its continued commitment to strengthening technical and vocational education and training through dialogue, cooperation, and shared learning. My preceding speakers have spoken at length about what our expectations are of this symposium. CEO NSDC has spoken in terms of what is it that we expect in outcomes out of this symposium. Additional Secretary Higher Education has spoken about the linkage, in fact, the absolute need for integration, and actually, I won't use the word linkage, integration between education and skills, both school education as well as higher education. And given the way the world of work is changing continuously, this integration becomes so much more important for lifelong learning for all of us in the BRICS nations. Joint Secretary MEA has spoken about the international perspective in terms of what is available of partnerships, what is available, and what are the modes by which we can strengthen these partnerships in the skills and Tibet sphere. So I'd just like to spend a couple of minutes talking about what BRICS can give the world. Collectively, BRICS accounts for around 50% of the global population and 1/3 of the global GDP. And in several of our countries, the labor force is still growing. Our countries are home to the fastest growing economies and the largest concentration of young talent. The decisions that we take on skills today will influence not only our development trajectories, but the future of the global workforce. This is an important responsibility. So let me put a proposition to you that I hold seriously. The International Labour Organization has assessed that our informal employment across BRICS economies is above 62%. The OECD Skills Outlook 2025 found that participation in adult learning remains uneven and socially stratified. Those with lower skill levels, insecure employment, and older workers are the least likely to receive training despite being the most vulnerable to labor market displacement. As a result, lifelong learning systems in many of the world's wealthiest economies have largely and will continue to benefit those who need them the least. We need to set up these systems in our countries now. And that is the problem our systems have most experience of, because ours were built under conditions of scale, informality, and first-generation learning. Reaching the worker whose skills were never certified is not a deficiency in our systems. It is what we know most about, and it is also one of our biggest challenges. So let us raise our ambition and come together to solve one of the hardest questions in skilling, about how to reach those who are missed by the formal system, and BRICS is in the best position to define it. So how do we ensure cooperation amongst the BRICS countries in this sphere? The cooperation amongst BRICS countries can be driven by the following principles. First, anchor cooperation in the value chains that we already share. We are integrated in each other's markets through suppliers, customers, and investors. However, value chains in solar manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, mineral processing, and others do not run on trade alone, they run on people. On the welder, the technician, the quality inspector, the equipment operator, and it is the same handful of occupations recurring in every member country along the chain. So let us begin there. A joint occupational map for such chains, read against each member's national qualification framework and drawn up in collaboration by our sector skill bodies, our industry and government entities. Our mutual interests will keep the cooperation anchored and durable. Second, we create a shared repository. We can create a shared bank of assessment items, a joint academy for training of trainers, a recognition arrangement covering specific trades to drive multilateral cooperation within the framework. Third, we build comparability rather than harmonization. We need a shared vocabulary of level descriptors and learning outcomes, and agreed definitions that will make a person trained, certificate portable, and recognize skills acquired at the work site. If informality is the problem, then recognition of prior learning is the instrument we should be comparing first. Let us try doing that. Finally, I would like to close saying that India's chairship theme speaks of resilience, innovation, cooperation, and sustainability. In skilling, all four are ultimately one and the same. Investing in people and their capacity to adapt, grow, and thrive. With this focus, our experience in building digital public infrastructure serves as an open, interoperable public good. Similarly, our large-scale training system provides a proven reference model for others seeking tested and scalable approaches. We would like to share all of this, we would like to build on this, and we think that this cooperation framework, the work that we hope that we will do over the next 2 days, will be a beginning, a journey that we undertake together and continue to ensure that the people in our countries live, work, and learn with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring address and for reinforcing the importance of collaboration in building resilient and future-ready skills ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the conclusion of the inaugural session. May I request all our dignitaries to please step ahead for a group photograph before we conclude the inaugural. May I please request Manisha Madam to join us for a group photograph. Requesting all our dignitaries to please step ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, you were witnessing the Brics-Tca Research Symposium 2026 inaugural session. It's our absolute pleasure to have all the dignitaries with us on the stage. And with that, we will conclude the inaugural session for now. I request our dignitaries to please join us for the high tea. I would request everyone to please remain seated till our dignitaries depart. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, we would like to thank all our esteemed dignitaries for taking out time from their busy schedules for the inaugural session. And I would now like to invite all our dignitaries to please join us for the high tea. Requesting everyone to please remain seated until our dignitaries depart. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed for high tea. I would request all of you to please proceed for the high tea, and we will see you back again in 15 minutes sharp for the next session, which is going to be country showcases, flagship TVET and skills development initiatives. So let's see you back again in 15 minutes from now for the plenary sessions. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your tea. In our organization, we surely believe in being on time. So we will see you back again in 15 minutes sharp because we have a very power-packed agenda for you. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your tea.
Transparent governance through mechanisms such as the e-migrate portal. This platform has issued over 5 million immigration clearances utilizing the tools to eliminate fraudulent intermediaries and protect workers' welfare.
Hello, check. Hello. Check.
सूर्यकांत मिश्रा का केबिन होगा, वहाँ पहुँचा दो। OSD उसमें दो हैं, रशिया एंड चाइना। Yeah. So, can we see who are the online participants who have joined? Okay. Okay. So thanks for joining. We'll start in a while. We are just having the break. We'll start in a while, maybe in shall we start at 10:45 or? Another 10 minutes. Yeah, another 10 minutes, which means 10:45. Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you are relishing the delicious high tea, but I would request you to please join us back in the auditorium as we are about to get started with the scientific agenda. High tea and networking is a perfect combination, but I'm sure the strategic agenda that we have planned for all of you in the next few hours is going to be even better. So I would request all of you at the registration area, at the high tea area, to please join us back so that we can get started with the scientific agenda. Hello.
ब्रिक्स तो दिखा नहीं रहा।
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now request everyone at the high tea area to please reassemble back in the auditorium as we are getting started with the further agenda. Requesting everyone at the high tea area to please join us back, reassemble in the auditorium as we are about to get started with the scientific agenda. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting started with the scientific agenda, I would request everyone at the high tea area to please reassemble back in the conference hall because we have a very thoughtful and strategic agenda planned for all of you. Can I please request everyone at the high tea area to please join us back in the conference hall as we are about to get started with the scientific agenda. A humble request to everyone at the high tea area to please join us back in the auditorium as we are getting started with the further scientific program. Requesting everyone to please join us back. Coffee and networking is a great combination, but we have even better combination for you for the next couple of hours during the conference, ladies and gentlemen. So I would humbly request everyone at the high tea area to please reassemble back at the conference hall so that we can get started with the scientific agenda. And meanwhile, a humble request to everyone, all the delegates, requesting all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent to avoid any disturbances. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, a humble request to everyone at the high tea area. I know all of you are enjoying the coffee and the chit-chats, but we have a power-packed agenda for you further. So I would request all of you to please join us back so that we can get started with the scientific agenda. Requesting everyone at the high tea area to please join us back so that we can get started on time. May I please request everyone to take your seats, settle down, and kindly keep your mobile phones on silent to avoid any disturbances. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the next segment of the symposium, the strategic briefing on Brics-Tca priorities and symposium objectives. This session will provide an overview of the Brics-Tca Charter, India's priorities during its 2026 chairship, and the expected policy and research outcomes of the symposium. To deliver the strategic briefing, may I take the honor to invite Dr. Devdeep Dey, National Skill Development Corporation, to kindly take the stage and present the briefing. Hearty welcome, sir.
Thank you. A very good morning, all of you. So, before we get into the presentation, can we see our online participants? Thank you everyone for joining. So, we are beginning the session, which is essentially a briefing on the Brics-Tca. So, I will start. Thanks everyone for joining. I can see colleagues from India and also colleagues from other BRICS countries also, they have joined. Thank you so much for joining. So, very good morning from India to all of you. As we are now over with the inaugural session, there is a lot of learning actually which our speakers in the inaugural session, they have talked about. What I will do is, in this session, I will talk about the BRICS perspective. I will give you an overview of the BRICS perspective. And then, I will talk a little bit about, in Brics-Tca, what we are going to do. So essentially, I'm going to set the tone for this entire day's discussion, where what is that, because in the subsequent sessions, we have a plenary session followed by this, which will talk about the different flagship initiatives under Brics-Tca. And that is something which we are going to discuss here, that the different countries, how they are, orienting themselves in the TVOT ecosystem, and what is or where is the scope for mutual learning from each one of us. That is the perspective, that is the context which I'm going to bring in this session. So can I have the presentation mode? Yeah, thank you. So I will start briefly with the BRICS countries. And when I say BRICS, while as of now, it's an 11-member group with another 10 partner countries. But this presentation, the numbers which I will show, the discussions which we'll have, is essentially emerging from one of the research collection which the BRICS group has developed last year. And here the BRICS economies are involved in the sense that Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They are involved in compiling this. So numbers, they reflect of these countries. However, the partner countries also, we are now reaching out. And it is this year's agenda that how we can extend it to all the other members of the BRICS as well as the partner countries. So as we move on, so some of the key indicators which I would like to show you here. So though this data is slightly dated 2023, but if you look at what I'm trying to say through this is, while there are so many numbers, it may look confusing, but the message is, what I'm trying to say is that if you look at some of the numbers which are highlighted, they show the kind of similarity which we share across economies. At the same time, so if you look at the expenditure as a percentage of GDP, if you look at the labor force participation rate, so they are quite similar. But at the same time, there are some startling figures which are very important to note. For example, if you look at the youth NEET rate for South Africa, NEET is, I hope all of us we understand NEET. So if you look at the South African rate, that's 6%, and then the unemployment rate for South Africa is as high as more than 30%. So that is something, alarming, and which we know in the, as I proceed in the discussion, we will see that how this actually, these are some of the issues faced by the countries, and they are alarming, but at the same time, we will leverage each other. We will leverage each other's understanding, we will leverage each other's competencies to resolve this. And these numbers are, for example, if you look at, for example, in the NEET rate for India, for Brazil, they are quite high. Vis-a-vis South Africa, the NEET rate is quite low. However, if we look at the unemployment rate for South Africa is very high. So how do we handle this kind of a situation? So so I'm just giving you these examples. The reason is that as we move on, we'll get to understand that where from or how do we resolve the issues and how the BRICS economies are actually creating this complementarity. And that is something, the crux of this session, and that is where Brics-Tca actually comes in. So in terms of governance architecture, it is more or less very similar. I'm not going to read all of them. If you look at, there is a lead authority for every country, there is a founding legislation, and there is more or less a qualification instrument for every country which is already in place. I'm not reading all this, but the point which I'm trying to say again is that amongst the BRICS nations, so it is very homogeneous in that way. So as we move on, the next important question which comes in our mind is that who pays? So in terms of the financing models, so now in terms of the financing models, if we look at broadly, so the countries, they fall in these 4 different buckets. So one is on the payroll levy on employers. The second is on, so when we talk about the payroll levy, it is, it's a contribution as a percentage of the wage bill. So what happens is that employers pay, and so they expect a say in their curriculum also. So it is pay model essentially from the employer side. Similarly, if we look at a cluster co-investment model, so there is a cluster co-investment model where the government also pays along with the partner enterprises and to equip a particular cluster. And then, they gradually train the candidate, and then they actually give the jobs also. The third model, and if you look at the countries, they are already placed within that. The third model, it talks about the public budget with targeted schemes. So this is the public budget which are assigned to public institutions. For private enterprises, they have to pay separate fees. And then comes the fourth one, which is generally a grant in aid or a scheme-based outlay, and where there are different definite schemes which has to be availed in a time-bound manner. And obviously, we have talked about PM Setu here. Then there are different, the PM KVY scheme, which we took in India, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. So that is also a piece which sits here. So as we move on, so now in terms of the financing, these are the four major buckets which we are talking about. Now, coming to the constraints, which I was highlighting, at the beginning. So when we are talking about the constraints, we have to be, if we look at this, that India is going through a transition phase. And when you are saying the transition phase, so we have a 1/3 of young people who are in the NEET category, almost a 1/3. And while the measured unemployment number is quite low, we have a major issue with the quality and the formality of the transition, not its absence. Why I am saying, I will come to that. And obviously, we all know that our formal vocational training percentage is quite low. But having said that, the point which I am driving is that, yes, there is a group who are aspiring and who need to be targeted to give a particular kind of a skilling program and make them workforce ready. Now come to South Africa. Now, if we look at South Africa, you see that despite recording a lowest NEET rate amongst these 5 countries, it continues to face 32% unemployment and only a 40% employment rate amongst the TVET graduates, which indicates that supply-side reforms alone are insufficient. So which means that when the supply-side reforms, that when you are training the candidate, is it as per to the industry requirement? So why is it the case that there is the NEET population, the NEET percentage is so low, but then you have, which means that people are getting trained, and then you have a very high unemployment rate, which means that the industry is not accepting you. So which means that from the demand side, there is a major issue which needs to be resolved. Now coming to Russia and China, here you see it's an absorption problem. So, which has a strong labor market demand in driving higher enrollment in vocational education, with the share of Russian 9th grade leavers opting for TVET rising from 48% in 2018 to 63% in 2025. What I'm trying to say is that through this, if we look at the constraints which we face in terms of India as a transitioning economy, South Africa having lower unemployment rate, but still there are issues because there is a unemployment rate very high. And then Russia and China, though they have achieved certain things, but still there is an absorption problem. So this actually creates that what is the complementarity amongst us, which needs to be leveraged, which needs to be discussed. And that is where, if we move on, very briefly, though we have our presentations from the countries, but very briefly, if we try to look at that in this BRICS categories, what are the flagship things or what are the key things which one can look at? And very briefly, though it is not sufficient to cover everything in one slide, but just very briefly. And once again, I will not read out all these, but what I am trying to say is that if you look at, for Brazil, a very good research industry linkage. And if you read this first line, it makes it clear that applied R&D units are placed within the TVET institutions, which means that the students and the faculties, they get the equal opportunity to learn and to deliver those projects within the TVET institutions. And that is something which is worth mentioning, that within one institution, how projects are getting delivered. And probably in the TVET ecosystem, that is something which we need to understand, which we need to learn. Similarly, If you look at the second part, which talks about gender and inclusion, which talks about vocational education, how they have integrated with financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and basic literacy rights. The third piece is again very interesting, which is Young Apprenticeship Program. So the Young Apprenticeship Program, if we look at, the Apprenticeship Act obliges medium and large firms to hire apprentices aged 14 to 24 years as a fixed share of headcount. The complementary first job initiative add tax incentive for hiring first-time job seekers, which means that the companies who are there, they are actually hiring them. So they are not only, obliged to, but they are hiring them as a first job, and as a first job, they are getting the tax incentives. So that is again something which the member countries within BRICS, they can actually learn. So two initiatives from this Brazil. One is how R&D can sit within a TVET institution, and what things we can learn from the Young Apprenticeship Program is probably worth highlighting. Next, we are talking about Russia. So Russia, here you see, so employer partnership. So these partnerships essentially are, are defined for priority sectors. So there are certain priority sectors for which, if you look at practical training, it runs from 50 to 80% of the program. And targeted training contract graduates and a graduate a job and usually a stipend during the study, which means that it's not only applied training, but they guarantee a job, and they offer a stipend during the study. So that's another, and these are specifically designed programs for certain trades, and they are defined employers who will design it along with the institutions. Second is educational production complexes. This is something which is very interesting. So these are complexes within colleges where there are dedicated production centers where they produce and then they make revenue out of it. And that is something, and then when it comes to revenue, the student contribution is also there. And if the student contributes significantly, they are part of that, they are absorbed, or they are part of that revenue making activity for a longer period of time. And then the Centers for Advanced Vocational Training, the CAVT. The CAVT model, once again, it talks about, so these are kind of, if we talk about our, the centers of excellence, we need to understand that how many of these centers for excellence talk about forecasting the demand, forecasting the, adapting with the new kind of curricula that is evolving, and how do we involve the industries to make their curricula. So that is the part which is a very important part which is played by these Centers for Advanced Vocational Training in Russia. They provide the proper labor market intelligence, and based on that, the decisions, the curriculums, they are designed accordingly. Next is, we come to India, while for the Indian audience it is quite clear, but for international audience, one is we talk about the scale. That is something we deliver through, through our different programs. And then at the same time, we also need to understand that we have the National Skills Qualification Framework, which is a quite, formal way of recognizing. At the same time, we have the recognition for prior learning program also. So which means that those who have not yet attained those degrees, but they have that skill set, so there is a provision for recognition for prior learning towards that. Then we have institutional upgrade. We have this PM Setu, which is close to 63 billion USD, and which is where there is a provision of upgrading 1,000 industrial training institutes. And towards this creation of these institutes, we are also creating different national centers of excellence. And last comes the equity part, where we are not only concentrated, to the scale, to the reach, but also women inclusivity and other aspects also, and we have programs designed towards that as well. So the point which here for the India story is that we do, or we have a framework-led skilling, and we know how to scale it. Then, having said that, it is important that, yes, how do we use these learnings and how do we leverage them in, developing others' framework, or how can we provide our expertise to other countries. Now comes China. So China, so once again, three specific examples which I have highlighted. One is sector alignment. So there is a very specific sector requirement in China. So if you look at the partnership among college, China Railway Group and East China Jiatong University, they publish workforce demand forecasts and lists of in-demand specialties. What it means? That for a very specific sector, there is a forecast which is being done, and what is the requirement? Based on that, they have a say in the curriculum also, because they can drive that. Then applied research. Applied research, if you look at that, polytechnics, even within polytechnics, there are innovation centers with faculties working within them. And then you have the digital transition piece, where you have the emerging sectors, where you have, a lot of IoT, lot of, innovation stuff embedded within it, and the candidates are trained how to use digitally and how to equip the workforce, that piece is there. So the point which and one more important thing for China is that how do we create this 5-year integrated model? That is also something which is a structural thing for China as well. So the point which I'm, saying is that for every country, there is one or other thing which is very significant and which we need to understand. Then similarly for South Africa, which is the last piece, for South Africa, if you look at that, yes, there are centers of specialization with specific occupational focus. There are, system financings, and there are, once again, frontier skills, which they look at, and those are in the emerging areas. So what I'm trying to say is that if we look at all these BRICS economies, what we understand is that there are a lot of commonality. So if you look at frontier skills, digital skills, new areas, right, financing, so all them, so there is a level of complementarity which already exists. And if we try to summarize them, that yes, there are different instruments which are available. Once again, this is a very indicative kind of an instrument, which we have mentioned here. So if you look at the centers of advanced vocational training, which I was mentioning, it has its own distinctive feature. Statutory apprenticeship quota, centers of specialization, applied R&D centers. So these are on the left-hand column, so these are the different instruments which are available. And then you have the origin countries and how it solved the problem. The last column, it talks about the level of effort that is required or the level of push that is required. So if you see, for example, the centers of advanced vocational training, it probably requires a low effort. What I'm trying to say, that the green ones are probably the low-hanging fruits, which can immediately go for cooperation. And then there is a medium-term strategy which can be undertaken, and then there is a high. High means that if you look at the high ones, they are mostly act-driven. So when we are saying that you are actually something doing to change the legislature, all of us know it's actually time-consuming and it takes, a lot of effort. So that is why they are categorized as high. So, I mean, this is like, we are summarizing the entire thing, saying that, yes, there exists a level of complementarity and the kind of effort it takes. And Brics-Tca probably is the right forum to discuss this, that how or what kind of effort can be undertaken and what are those initiatives which we can categorize. So this is how I am looking at it, that in the entire BRICS framework, we have those items or those instruments figured out, and then we go for it. So, towards developing a shared agenda, a Brics-Tibet minimum data set. So a common set of indicators. To start with, we need to have a common set of indicators, like the one which I was showing at the beginning. So we need to have a common set of indicators, because in a lot of places, data, they are captured in different other forms. So how do we normalize them? How do we put them in one order? So all these things, they need to be discussed. Then a reference level exercise for mapping of the frameworks. And this is what I think our Secretary Ma'am was also mentioning in her speech, that when we are talking about mapping different frameworks, how do we map the occupations? Can we start it with one trade? And it's not really, because it's not really the mutual recognition of qualification, because mutual recognition of qualification takes a very longer route, and it has different intricacies built within it. Rather than that, why don't we, if there are certain occupations which we can identify, why don't we find that, yes, what is the gap, what is the delta? And based on the delta, can we create something which is stackable, which is like a micro-credential, which can be built, and then we recognize it with some credit, and then leverage it within the Brics. And similarly, the CAVT pilot, which I have already told, that this can be used as well. The CAVT will be used typically to provide the labor market intelligence, which will give us the data essentially, and then which will help us to understand that wherein lies the demand, where from it is coming from. To this, now I start establishing that, yes, we are now at Brics-Tca, we are in 2026. The evolution is like this, while all of you are maybe aware, but I just thought to mention it here, that it started from 2022, and then 2025 actually is the first joint research collection. So this joint research collection is developed last year with all these Brics economics, and the findings which I presented is mostly from those research from this research collection only. And now coming to the India's chairship, where I will talk about that, yes, what is that we are going to do. So Brics-Tca, as we stand today, if we look at that, yes, we are talking about evidence-based policy cooperation, we are talking about comparative research and joint knowledge products, capacity building, innovation, so on and so forth. So I'm not reading all of them, but what I'm trying to say is that what are we talking in Brics today? Can this lead to, in the way forward, can this lead to a dialogue in South-South cooperation? Because that is the platform where we are talking from. Please understand that Brics is one of those regional cooperations, one of those rare regional cooperations, I would say, which talks skills in such a big way. We have different regional cooperations. I mean, if you talk about the India-EU FTA, you talk about the ASEAN, you talk about all the regional cooperations which we have. So a very dedicated Tibet Cooperation Alliance does not exist in those. And that is something which is unique within Brics, and that is where we should look forward, that how do we build on this India's chairship. And as our rotating chair and CEO NSDC already mentioned, that the flagship initiatives which we will undertake, apart from the symposium which we are having, is the Joint Management Committee meeting, and then the Brics skill competition. That is something, you are recognizing skill for the aspirants. And that is something which, creates a lot of vibes. And that is a very unique thing which we are going to do this year under India presidency. Apart from this, we are also developing the knowledge product as a knowledge compendium. And then we are initiating the Brics International Skill Gap Study. The framework for this International Skill Gap Study, all this will be discussed, and even this compendium, how it will flow and how member countries will participate. Because, see, it is not, we are just an anchor. It is, the important part is that all the member countries, they participate. And while I say so, it's not now limited to only BRICS. It is also extending to all the other members, the 11 members of the Brics, as well as the partner countries. How can we engage them in this entire thing, so that we can leverage each other? Because it's a 21 country grouping as of now, 11 members and 10 partner countries. So, we are just the anchor, and this is what we will discuss tomorrow in the Joint Management Committee meeting, the structure, the framework, how it will flow. So, from policy dialogue to evidence-based action, the objectives already it has been talked. I will not, talk much about this, but what we are trying to say is that while we create this evidence, if we can, somewhere unify this and create some amount of uniformity, some amount of comparability across, we will understand that what is complementing each other and what kind of impact we can create. With this thought, I will leave this discussion, and we will move on to the next session, that when we are talking about looking beyond 2026, can we have this Brics-Tca Research Forum as an annual event? This is the question to all of you. And then, can we have thematic working groups on emerging skills? Can we have, or how can we leverage each other in collaborative research projects? Can we have faculty and researcher exchange programs? So these are the thoughts actually. And then can we have joint publications and policy dialogues, skills foresight and labor market intelligence? How can we leverage the digital platform for each other? So these are the thoughts which to me remains very pertinent, very important for BRICS. And with this thought, I would like to close this session. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. And towards a BRICS partnership, we are thinking of this, that yes, this will drive ultimately collaboration. And if we think that yes, the partnership, to be a fruitful partnership, it's the collaboration which will drive. So we expect all kind of support from your side as we move ahead towards this. Thank you so much. So I will pause for 2-3 minutes, and if anyone has any questions. So can I see the screen online? Participants who have joined online, if you have any questions, anything around this.
发到我微信上。
Okay.
Dr. Dev, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dipti.
Great. Thank you for the detailed presentation. It's a great roadmap of a way forward for the entire nations to come together. And I'm very happy on behalf of Vicky, who's the Secretariat for BRICS Business Council, that the Skill Technology Innovation Working Group members who are present today with us, China has joined, Russia has joined, UAE has joined. So it's very overwhelming to see all of us coming together and seeing that as a business council, this is something that we had envisioned. And our annual report that we're going to present during the BRICS Annual Summit, it incorporates almost 75 to 80% of what you've just talked about. So it's a great feeling to see that there is a lot of coherence, there's a lot of convergence between the G2G and the B2B tracks. So thank you so much for having us today and welcoming the business members also to the symposium. So thank you on behalf of Vicky and the entire council that represents Skills Technology Innovation Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipti. I think it's a very important thing because we need to have the business group within while we have this conversation. And thank you so much for bringing, and for all the business council members who have joined. Thanks for joining, because we will serve as a kind of an input of the things which you take forward. So thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone from the audience? No. So I will pause here, and we can, I think, start with the next plenary session. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devdeep Dey, for the insightful presentation and for providing a comprehensive overview of the Brics-Tca Charter, India's chairship priorities, and the vision for the symposium. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will now move further to the first substantive discussion of the Brics-Tca Research Symposium. This is going to be the plenary session that brings together representatives from BRICS member countries to share their flagship initiatives, innovations, and policy experiences in the field of technical and vocational education and training. The country showcases will provide an opportunity to learn from diverse approaches, identify areas of convergence, and explore pathways for deeper collaboration amongst the BRICS nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will be moderated by Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, Rotating Chair, Brics-Tca and CEO, NSDC. Thank you so much, sir, and hearty welcome to you again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear presentations from the representatives of the participating member countries, and each delegation will present key initiatives, experiences, and innovations from their respective countries. To start off with, may I please request all the member countries to keep their videos and cameras on. We shall be getting started with the very first member country, Brazil. Can we have the Brazil video? Audio.
Queria agradecer a organização do BRICS para a educação profissional e tecnológica. Nesse momento tão importante de entendimentos em comum, construção de soluções conjuntas para que a gente possa ampliar justamente essa modalidade de ensino, a educação profissional e tecnológica, no seu aspecto quantitativo, mas, sobretudo, numa análise qualitativa. O Brasil, ele passa por um momento de valorização dessa modalidade, principalmente inserida, num projeto de governo que valoriza a educação, e temos pela primeira vez um Programa Nacional de Educação Profissional e Tecnológica, conhecida como PNEPT. É um assunto extremamente estratégico para que a gente possa, além da geração do emprego, renda e melhoria de qualidade de vida da população, estar associado com o princípio de desenvolvimento de nação. Um desenvolvimento que esteja valorizando os arranjos produtivos locais, os arranjos sociais e também dentro do princípio econômico sustentável. Dentro da Política Nacional de Educação Profissional e Tecnológica, teremos, a partir do ano que vem, o Sistema Nacional de Avaliação da EPT. Esse sistema, que é inovador, ele passará a fazer uma valorização ainda maior dos cursos técnicos, porque a gente vai poder, com qualidade, fazer uma análise do que tem sido ofertado aqui no Brasil, dentro do ensino profissionalizante, mas, sobretudo, com foco em áreas estratégicas. Associado ao Sistema Nacional, temos também a criação de observatórios do mundo do trabalho, que analisam a demanda e a oferta do emprego. E essa política nacional, instituída em 2023, está em consonância com o Plano Nacional de Educação. O Plano Nacional de Educação, implementado agora, recentemente no Brasil, que tem um período de 10 anos, para que a gente possa atingir metas de uma análise de 2 em 2 anos, tem estabelecido os objetivos 12 e 13, justamente os parâmetros quantitativos e qualitativos da educação profissional e tecnológica. Então, serão 10 anos que nós vamos ter, para além da ampliação da oferta, poder efetivar a educação profissional e tecnológica com os princípios de inclusão, equidade, acesso, permanência e sucesso. Paralelamente a essas ações, estamos trabalhando com as diretrizes curriculares nacionais. São regulamentações essenciais para a implementação da educação profissional e tecnológica no país, fazendo ajustes, adaptando ao mundo do trabalho a essa nova dinâmica da realidade atual contemporânea. E essas diretrizes, elas trazem um parâmetro muito importante, que é o princípio da verticalização, é o princípio do aproveitamento dos conteúdos em diferentes níveis. Associado a isso, estamos fazendo uma plataforma melhorada, já temos um SISTEC. O SISTEC é o nosso sistema de matrícula da educação profissional e tecnológica. Esse sistema, ele traz um importante componente, que é o princípio do monitoramento e do acompanhamento da educação profissional e tecnológica no país, alinhando as metas do Plano Nacional de Educação. Também estamos finalizando a revisão do Catálogo Nacional de Cursos Técnicos. Cursos hoje adaptados a uma oferta mais flexível, ajustada, justamente visando a formação ao longo da vida. E preservando, além dos princípios técnicos, de toda a parte tecnológica que é ofertada dentro dos cursos, mas o princípio da criatividade, do pensamento crítico, da competitividade industrial e agrícola tão evidente no país, da sustentabilidade. E, associado a essas ações, temos uma preocupação muito grande com a questão da formação docente. Nesse momento, estamos em ação uma oferta de mais de 27 mil vagas na modalidade remota de cursos lato sensu, visando a docência, a gestão e estudos de ensino à distância dentro da EPT. E unido a isso, temos, sobretudo, a nossa estratégia de ampliação da oferta. Ela inicia com o anúncio do presidente Lula na oferta de mais vagas para o ensino técnico-tecnológico, com a ampliação da nossa capacidade dos institutos federais. São mais de 100 novas unidades do ensino da educação profissional e tecnológica dentro dos institutos federais, que trabalham, sobretudo, o princípio da verticalização, ou seja, o estudante ele chega numa unidade educacional, ele começa uma qualificação nessa unidade, ele passa num curso técnico, ele pode ascender a uma graduação e até uma pós-graduação. Temos a ampliação de vagas também num programa recentemente aprovado, que é o PROPAG, conhecido como Juros por Educação. Nós teremos a negociação da dívida dos estados com a União frente a uma compensação da oferta estadual de vagas nesta modalidade de ensino. E, sobretudo, a retomada de um programa extremamente importante, que é o Pronatec, que é o Programa Nacional de Acesso ao Ensino Técnico e Emprego. O Pronatec, com um investimento nos últimos 3 anos de aproximadamente 100 milhões de dólares, nós já temos a oferta de quase 500 mil vagas em cursos técnicos e de qualificação profissional, em áreas estratégicas, áreas como economia verde, bioeconomia, eficiência energética, economia circular e, sobretudo, destaco aqui o Mulheres 1000, que visa atender mulheres em vulnerabilidade socioeconômica. Isso é o que estamos fazendo no Brasil de uma forma extremamente integrada com todos os setores. Desejo a todos uma excelente reunião. Deixo aqui um abraço do nosso ministro da Educação, Leonardo Barchini, certo de que esse momento é extremamente importante para que a gente possa, mundialmente, trazer os elementos importantes da educação profissional e tecnológica e numa conjuntura de parceria, numa conjuntura de análise global. E aqui fica meu desejo de sucesso e bons votos para esse momento.
Excelentíssimos representantes dos países do BRICS, autoridades do Ministério de Desenvolvimento de Competências e Empreendedorismo da Índia, colegas da National Skill Development Corporation, NCDC, e demais participantes. É uma honra me dirigir a todos em nome do nosso Conselho Nacional das Instituições da Rede Federal de Educação Profissional, Científica e Tecnológica do Brasil, o nosso CONIF. Em primeiro lugar, saudamos calorosamente a Índia por assumir a condução dos trabalhos na nossa aliança. Estamos convictos de que, sob a liderança do NCDC, inspirados pelo tema Construindo para a Resiliência, Inovação, Cooperação e Sustentabilidade, avançaremos no fortalecimento da educação profissional e tecnológica em nossos países. Para além da nossa atuação multilateral, trago testemunho da força da estrutura nacional. O CONIF representa a Rede Federal de Educação Profissional, Científica e Tecnológica do Brasil, uma instituição robusta, formada por 39 institutos federais, 2 centros federais de educação tecnológica e o Colégio Pedro II. Juntas, essa instituição soma mais de 700 campi, espalhados por todo o território brasileiro, levando ensino, pesquisa e extensão de excelência, desde os grandes centros urbanos até as regiões mais remotas do nosso país. Ao concluirmos a liderança do CONIF nesta aliança, olhamos para o caminho percorrido em 2025, com um sentimento de dever cumprido e orgulho pelo fortalecimento da nossa cooperação multilateral. Fomos testemunhas e atores de momentos marcantes. Acompanhamos de perto a 12ª reunião dos ministros da educação do BRICS, no Palácio Itamaraty, em Brasília, onde foi formalizada a Carta de Aliança de Cooperação em EPT, uma construção histórica, iniciada em 2022. Naquela ocasião, reforçou-se o papel da educação profissional como motor do desenvolvimento econômico, além do compromisso com o uso ético da inteligência artificial na formação das futuras gerações. Ainda no Brasil, participamos ao lado da Secretaria de Educação Profissional do Ministério da Educação, a CETEC, do seminário de EPT, no Ministério da Educação e consolidamos parcerias internacionais estratégicas com a assinatura do Memorando de Entendimento com uma importante instituição chinesa. Lideramos também o webinar sobre educação no campo, em áreas remotas, reafirmando que a inclusão e a equidade devem estar no centro das nossas políticas. O Brasil contribuiu ativamente com o estudo internacional sobre os sistemas de EPT do Bloco. E é justamente nesse ponto que vislumbramos uma das maiores oportunidades, a chegada da segunda etapa dessa pesquisa, que passará a incluir novos países membros do BRICS: Egito, Etiópia, Irã, Indonésia e Emirados Árabes Unidos. A expansão da nossa aliança traz o desafio de harmonizar diferentes realidades educacionais e produtivas, mas nos abre uma perspectiva extraordinária de diversificação, aprendizado mútuo e fortalecimento do Sul global. A acolhida desses novos parceiros enriquece nossa cooperação e amplia o alcance das nossas ações. Olhando para o futuro, acompanhamos com entusiasmo as prioridades estabelecidas pela presidência indiana. Destacamos a extrema relevância das discussões que serão conduzidas nesse evento em torno de dois eixos centrais: a transformação digital da EPT e o intercâmbio de boas práticas e iniciativas de competências sustentáveis. A transição para economias de baixo carbono exige que a sustentabilidade não seja apenas uma disciplina isolada, mas uma competência transversal em todos os nossos itinerários formativos. Da mesma forma, a infraestrutura digital, a inteligência artificial e a formação docente contínua são cruciais para garantir que a inovação chegue a todas as salas de aula e oficinas das nossas redes. A trajetória na nossa aliança confirma que a educação profissional e tecnológica é a ferramenta mais potente para impulsionar a economia, gerar oportunidades e transformar realidades sociais em nossas nações. Desejamos à Índia e o NCDC pleno êxito na condução do secretariado. Reafirmo que o Brasil e o CONIF continuam firmes e engajados para contribuir ativamente com esse novo ciclo de cooperação. Muito obrigado a todos e todas e um excelente evento.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed the presentation from Brazil. Now, moving ahead, we would like to invite the member country, Russia, presentation by Federal Institute for the Development of Vocational Education and Training under the Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation. Can we have the video, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, India. Can you hear us?
Absolutely, we can hear you loud and clear.
Will you allow us to share our presentation with you, or will you operate the presentation?
Hi, Marina. Very good morning. So you can start presenting.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning. You will help me with the presentation then. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that is possible. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Devdeep.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. First slide, please. And I would like to introduce my colleague and myself. I'm Professor Marina Nevskaya, and I'm as the head of International Partnership Department. I represent FIDVET, Federal Institute for the Development of Vocational Education and Training. I have here with me the director of our Moscow branch, Professor Ladilova, who is also in charge of our international cooperation between TVET providers. As FIDVET, we are the arm of the Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation and the federal operator of major projects within TVET system. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Here in this presentation, we would like to highlight the priorities of TVET development in our country. In spite of all our differences in TVET systems, we think that these are 3 areas of cooperation where we can achieve sustained collaboration. Interaction with the labor market is a key topic for us, and it has become a benchmark for the development of TVET in Russia for the near future. Our government adopted the strategy for the development of the national qualification system for the period until 2030, and it's aimed at forming and strengthening the human resources potential of the country to ensure the efficiency of national economy. Next slide, please. So the main direction of this work is ensuring timely response of TVET to the changes in the labor market demands. And you can see it on the slide. I won't read the slide for the time's sake, but we feel that it predetermines the main tasks set by all BRICS countries: formation of the personnel basis for breakthrough technological development and the growth of labor productivity. We also want to strengthen the interrelation between the employers and TVET providers. So the solutions are on the right side of the slide because we feel that they depend on the following conditions being implemented. And one of the most important of them is curricular adaptivity. Next slide, please. Here is just the general characteristic, the basic data on TVET in Russia. And I would like to stress the fact that right now, the annual admission is over 1 million, and we feel that this year it will be close to 2 million people. And the overall amount of students on the programs of TVET, it's approximately 4 million. Here we can compare it with the higher education, because higher education level at the moment is approximately 5 million students and postgrads. So we do fine with TVET. Next, please. Updating the structure and content of federal state educational standards and accordingly educational programs is based on the requirement of professional standards, which can be developed by employers' associations, employers themselves, self-regulatory organizations, and other non-profits with the direct participation of educational organizations of vocational education. We introduced in Russia a new model of creating educational programs in conjunction with employers, and it's the federal project Professionalitet, which in translation means professionalism. This model provides for the intensification of educational activities, taking into the account the improvement of practical training on modern equipment with the use of integrative pedagogical approaches, the creation of a system of independent quality assistance and independent quality assessment of graduates, passing a demonstration exam of the profile level in accordance with the qualification requirements stated by the employing organizations, as well as automated design of uniform professional educational programs using digital educational resources. Next, please. This is the brief data on our spare project, which is the basis. You can see the figures here, and educational organizations contribute to them. They seek to overcome the imbalance between the trainings and the demands of the economy. The sector of the approach was the basis for the modernization. Each not only conducts educational activities, but also meets the needs of enterprises and qualified personnel. It creates a production environment that allows students to master the technological process of enterprises within the framework of specialty training. Each year, new colleges with prepared roadmaps for transformation are chosen to the project. While the campus is refurbished or rebuilt and infrastructure modernized, the college staff is being upgraded in pedagogical, professional, and administrative skills. Vocational guidance model has been introduced in all Russian schools, and within the framework of the unified model, interaction with employing enterprises is also actively pursued. Next slide, please. We pay a lot of attention to inclusive education, and it has been developing quite rapidly. In order to enhance it, a methodological center for inclusive education has been created at the federal level in our institute. It's worth noting that the number of students with disabilities and persons with disabilities in colleges is growing annually. Since 2015, Russia has been holding Olympics championships in professional skills among the disabled and persons with disabilities. Today, Olympics family in Russia consists of more than 150,000 participants, more than 90,000 experts, more than 60,000 volunteers, including, what is important, inclusive volunteers. We have 238 competition skills. That's the largest number in the international movement. And more than that, we have competition skills of the regional level for the professions and occupations which are characteristic and needed and in demand in the particular regions of Russia. More than 3,000 enterprises have become partners of the movement and employ its participants. It's also one of the KPIs for the Olympics movement, the rate of employment of the participants of the movement. Next slide, please. We develop championships for TVET skills, and it's also a very comprehensive movement now. There are several championships. You can see here on the slide the championship professionals, that's the general skills and general professions. High technologies championship is sort of a lab where we test new professions and occupations. Olympics National Championship, as I said, and as you know, it's the skills championship for the disabled. For this year, there are 3 more events which we expect. 2 professional skill championships, 1 high technologies championships and Olympics. And we would like to invite everyone and all the countries present to participate. Each year we welcome contestants from China, India, several African states, and we would like to invite the new members of BRICS as well. Proctoring allows nowadays to organize competitions offline as well, and there's always an interesting business and education program organized as an integral part of those championships. Next slide, please. This is something which is also, I do not think it exists in other countries, because in all countries we have competitions for teachers. This is an all-Russian competition for TVET skills teachers, for the trainers. There are several goals we pursue. It has been developing for the past 3 years. We have a lot of participants. It's important to stress that the winners of those competitions, they become members of the Council of Advisors for the Ministry of Education of Russia, thus being able to influence the policy making. Next slide, please. With improving quality of TVET system and demand for places, we see the increased competition for state budget placement. It developed further this year, and it developed an educational loan program with very favorable terms, which is provided by our systemically important banks, two of them. Next slide, please. This is also the issue which we actively pursue this year, and it will be our goal for the next few years as well. It's called Iman Business Project for the Tibet students. It's a project where they develop youth entrepreneurship skills. There are several competitions and platforms where they can pitch their ideas and obtain financial and resource support. We consider it quite important, especially as their ideas help to develop Tibet environment and attract more students, as being financially beneficial both for those young entrepreneurs and for their colleges. Next slide, please. The research, it has already been mentioned in the general presentation, and thank you so much for mentioning that. In 2024, we launched a research project to develop an international analytical review, which is titled Vocational Education and Training and its Impact on the Development of BRICS Countries' Potential. It's a comparative study. The findings of the project were highly praised at the Brics-Tca Cooperation Alliance meeting in Brazil in 2025. They were highlighted in the declaration issued following the BRICS Education Ministers meeting. In 2026, the international group began the second phase of the project, and this is a gentle reminder for the participating countries to adhere to the schedule of providing the materials using this opportunity. We would also like to invite countries that have joined the alliance over the past 2 years to participate actively. We welcome research initiated by our Indian colleagues and are positive that international research projects in the field of Tibet should become an integral part of the BRICS countries' agenda. Next slide, please. Sorry? No, there's another one. Oh, okay. I would like to conclude my presentation by thanking Indian colleagues and the Secretariat for organizing such high-level event, and I wish all of us present here further productive work today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions? All right, so we will now move on to our next member country. And I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Sinha, Chief Operating Officer, NSDC, to represent India. Okay. So I just got an intimation that we will be moving further with China first. Can we please invite China? Professor Li Bin, Chair of College Committee, Changsha Social Work College, China.
Can you hear our voice?
We can hear you, Professor Lee.
We can hear you.
Okay. Please, we'd like to share our PPT slide.
Allow. AV team, could you please allow?
I'll share the PPT. Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Li Bin, Chair of the College Committee, Changsha Social Work College, China. It's my great honor, entrusted by China Education Association for International Exchange, to brief you on China's vocational education development and give you a brief introduction to our college. First of all, let me give you the overview of vocational education development in China. First, China has built the world's largest vocational education system. It covers secondary, higher, and undergraduate vocational education. The system allows smooth vertical pathways in vocational education and a horizontal connection with general education. Since 2012, secondary vocational education has gradually decreased, while higher vocational education has grown steadily. By 2026, the number of vocational universities reached 124. China's 15th five-year plan for educational development proposes promoting the integrated development of vocational undergraduate education and professional master's degree education. Vocational institutions graduate over 10 million students every year, provide training for about 13 million people, and serve a total enrollment of over 30 million students. Vocational education supplies more than 70% of additional higher caliber, highly skilled talent for modern industries, serving as the main channel for skilled talent supply. China's vocational education adheres to a collaborative mechanism driven by government guidance, school autonomy, and active enterprise involvement. This has created a modern vocational education system that integrates industry with education and links vocational education with general education. Second, China has formed a vocational education model with distinct Chinese characteristics, featured by 1 core, 2 wings, and 5 key areas. The 1 core refers to exploring new models for building modern vocational education systems at the provincial level. The 2 wings refer to city-level industry education consortiums and sector-specific industry education integration communities. The 5 key areas refers to ongoing reforms in 5 key teaching elements: majors, courses, textbooks, teachers, and practical training. These areas focus on solving problems such as disconnect with industries, closed school management, and low adaptability or matching. The third, the Ministry of Education launched the highly skilled talent cluster training plan in 20 key sectors, including new energy vehicles, CNC machine tools, robotics, and elderly care. By adopting the 3-tier mechanisms, by bringing together industry leaders, top vocational schools, and industry organizations, China is shifting vocational talent training from transmitting knowledge to enhancing practical skills. Fourth, vocational education has become a vital force in international education exchange and cooperation. I may share a short video. Oh, no, I was home. Technical, sorry, I continued. Technical Education Development Conference and reached the Tianjin Consensus on technical and vocational education and training development. China also led the establishment of the World Technical and Vocational Education and Training League. In 2026, World Vocational and Technical Education Development Conference will be held in Beijing this October. China shares its development experience and achievements in vocational education with over 70 countries and regions worldwide. We have established 38 Luban workshops and over 100 overseas educational institutions, helping train much needed skilled talent for local economic and social development. Next, I would like to briefly introduce the reform, development, and international exchanges of Changsha Social Work College. First, our college is a design-related institution in both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the National Plan of Building High-Standard Vocational Colleges and Programs with Chinese characteristics. The college is committed to enhancing public welfare and well-being, focusing on modern services and intelligent manufacturing industries. We train high-caliber technical and skilled talent to support the high-quality development of modern services and regional social and economic development. Second, we continue to deepen the integration of industry and education. We have partnered with 516 enterprises in total and established 3 city-level industry education consortiums, including the Consortium of Hunan Information Security Technology Application. We have built 4 national-level sector-specific industry education integration communities, including the one for smart health and elderly care. We set up 6 industry colleges, such as H3C Artificial Intelligence College. Our college built 48,600 square meters industry education integration building, digital intelligence workshop. It has attracted 12 leading enterprises, including Alibaba, providing real production workstations and creating factories inside the campus. Now please watch a short video showing the Kindi Digital Industry College in our workshop. Third, we built a smart campus experience center to empower talent training through artificial intelligence. Fourth, our college co-chairs the Ministry of Education's Elderly Care Talent Cluster Training Plan, together with the China Association of Social Affairs and the Senior Service and SDIC Health Industry Investment Company Limited. Joining hands with top vocational colleges and the leading enterprises, we address talent shortages in key areas such as dementia care and hospice care. Fifth, we support the healthy growth of our students. Our college is known as Blessed Place for Chinese Basketball. The 2015 FIBA Asia Championship for men was held in our college, where China won the championship. In the last 2 years, the Australian and the Brazilian women's basketball teams played friendly matches against the Chinese national team here. This year, both our men's and women's basketball teams won national vocational college championships. Additionally, our alumni have won Paralympic medals multiple times. Rich sports and cultural activities empower our students' healthy growth. Sixth, continue to deepen international exchanges and cooperation. We developed 5 national vocational and educational standards for Laos, established 2 colleges in Laos, and trained 205 teachers for 13 Laos vocational colleges. We were selected for the Future of Africa, China-Africa Vocational Education Cooperation Project. We launched 2 joint educational programs with universities in New Zealand and Malaysia, and enrolled 370 international students from 13 countries. To conclude, I wish the Brics-Tca Research Symposium a complete success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee Bin.
So thank you, Professor Lee, for the wonderful presentation. So do we have UAE representative also joining us?
Yes.
Okay, Fatima, thanks for joining. So,
Thank you.
So will you present?
Are you presenting from your side?
No, you can present it by
Okay,
sharing your
I
screen.
can present
Yeah,
from my side as well.
yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so just give me 1 second. Sure. Just 1 second.
Madam Fatima, we can hear you, but we are unable to see your screen.
I'm trying to move it to the main screen because I'm using a side screen, so I will not be looking at the camera itself.
Surely.
So just give me 1 second to fix it. Okay. This one. Okay, so now it's working with me. Perfect. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Absolutely. We can see your screen now.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, or good morning in India. I'm not sure about the time there. Thank you for so much for this great event. Thank you for the arrangement and including us last minute in the presentation list. I wish to present today for you the National Work Experience Platform from UAE, the model for work integrated learning. My name is Fatima Al-Harbi. I am a quality assurance expert at the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research at UAE. So today we will be talking about a national model that connects higher education systems, TVET, and all systems with one with the labor market as one entity. I'll cover 4 areas today. First, an introduction to the platform and the national objective behind it. Second, I will talk about the governance framework that protects the quality and integrity of the student work experience. Third, how the platform is digitally integrated through the NAFIS portal. This is our private sector supporter, NAFIS. And finally, the growth and impact data we've published today. The platform was launched through a strategic partnership between 3 national bodies: the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, the Ministry of Human Resources and Emiratization, and the Emirati Talent Competitiveness Council, known as NAFIS. Its primary objective is simple but important: to connect academic learning with real work experience and strengthen the students' readiness for the labor market. It functions as a unified national framework linking all the institutions with both public and private sector work experience providers, and it directly aligned with 2 of our national agendas, the 2031 and UAE Centennial 2071. Growth on its own isn't the story. Quality assurance, this is what we are looking for. This is where my role as a quality assurance expert intersects directly with the platform. For example, in 2025, Moheser issued a ministerial resolution and an accompanying guide governing a higher education institution obligations with respect to students' work experience. The core principle here is significant. Work experience, what used to be called practical training, is no longer a rehearsed add-on to the curricula. It is now positioned as a core part of the student's academic journey, formally bridging the theory and practice. Every placement is underpinned by a contract signed by before the work experience begins, involving three parties: the higher education institution, the training entity, and the student itself. This creates a shared accountability from day one. First, the work experience logbook. This is what we look into whenever we are inspecting the institution as a key pillar for this framework. It is a structured document that details learning objective, training content, the delivery methods, and the assessments, the assessment strategy and timeline. This is the working record that keeps the placement anchored to real learning outcomes. Second, we look into the compliance. Moheser doesn't just issue the guideline and step back. No, at the ministry, it actively oversees the implementation through field monitoring and periodic and announced visits, working in cooperation with the Muhri ministry. That's the Ministry of Human Resources. Third, and this is the one that I want to highlight, the resolution strictly prohibits what termed as the fake work experience. That's defined as enrollment without the actual implementation of the training content or without the intended outcome being fulfilled. In other words, paperwork without substance and explicitly. This is explicitly disallowed. Fourth, evaluation categories. Programs are assessed and categorized as effective work experience. Work experience with minor issues, which triggers corrective actions and a plan how to work on these corrective actions, or the fake work experience, which is subject to sanction and violation issuance. This tiered system gives the institution a clear corrective pathway rather than a binary pass and fail, while still protecting against non-compliance. All of this is delivered through a fully integrated digital environment that connects higher education students with available work experience opportunities. It is integrated as part of the NAFIS platform, supports a unified national database, strengthening collaboration across institutions. It also provides a single national channel to systematically organize, manage, and monitor the entire work experience lifecycle. All the both ministries and NAFIS as well, they are overlooking the data. We are having hands-on analysis every time with our dashboards. From posting an opportunity to completing a placement, we are overlooking the whole process. Registration happens through the NAFIS portal. that is at their website, and it is open to private entity, government entity, universities, and student alike. Everyone registers through the same national channel. Let me walk you through an actual growth data, which we've published at 3 checkpoints. In March 2026, 48 higher education institutions, 37 providers, and 545 opportunities were there for the students. By May 2026, that grew to 54 institutions, 45 providers, and 74 opportunities clearly available for the students and transparently there for anyone who wishes to apply for and qualify for. To put the human impact behind these numbers, as of the 27th of July 26, 974 students are actively engaged in placements right now, out of more than 2,670 students who have proactively registered in preparation for the upcoming work experience cycles. That pipeline tells us demand is significantly ahead of current placement capacity, which is actually a healthy signal of the platform adoption. One of the platform's real strengths is sectorial breadth. Opportunities span from administrative work to support services, to healthcare, and social work, education, professional and technical fields, construction, and so on. Participating includes both private companies, as I said earlier, and federal and local government entities. So students aren't limited to one type of employer or one track. The direct benefit to students is broader choice that can apply their academic knowledge across genuinely varied professional landscapes rather than being funneled into narrow set of placement types that some of them they are not real. To summarize the whole thing, the National Work Experience platform gives the students direct access to real work experience while giving public and private sector entities a national channel to showcase their opportunities. More broadly, it's building an ecosystem, a healthy ecosystem, I can say, one where higher education institutions, government, and industry all collaborate to prepare our national talent for an active, meaningful role in the workplace of the future. For anyone who would like to follow up, please, you can go ahead and find the links or even if you wish to ask more about that platform, you can email us as well. And also the application is available for anyone if they wish to have a look at it at the mobile at the App Store. Thank you again to the Brics-Tca organizing committee and to all of you for the opportunity to present UAE's National Work Experience platform today. I'm happy to take any questions and wish to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Madam Fatima.
Thanks, Fatima. Thanks for the presentation. So before we move on to the India presentation, do we have any other presenters from any other country who would like to present? Okay. So we move on, I think, to the final presentation from India side.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now move on to the India presentation, and it's my absolute pleasure to invite on the stage Mr. Prashant Sinha, Chief Operating Officer, NSDC. And before that, we would like to felicitate, sir. May I kindly invite Mr. Rubab Sood, VP, NSDC, to kindly felicitate, sir. Can we have the memento, please? It's our absolute pleasure to have you with us today, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Sood. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now coming to the India country presentation, it's a privilege to be here. And can we go, slide changer works? Okay. So just a bit of a context slide. We all know all the mega trends that shaping the workplace for us. These are some of them you're seeing on the slide, but there are many more, urbanization, for example. All these mega trends are impacting the workforce like never before. And, be it, in terms of how the skill shifts are happening, the sunset skill shifts, the shift of skills within the jobs, or, new skill sets altogether. They are probably, the rate of change or the pace of change is unprecedented, or very significant if we haven't got into the unprecedented phase as of yet. And as a result, what you're seeing is, quite a rapid shift in obsolescence, in need for lifelong learning that is emerging. You're seeing new forms of employment structures. You're seeing gig. You're seeing flexi work. So the whole structure of the economy is changing. The structure of the workforce is changing. And this is a reality that is, with coming of events like AI, which probably people say would be as significant as something like electricity or internet. That being the case, it's a very important juncture at which the BRICS collaboration stands. And the imperatives of dealing with this new economy, new employment structures, new skills, that is what brings together in this collaboration. So people in this room are well aware, but in terms of our architecture, we have Ministry of Skill Development for overall leadership, policy, guidance. There is NCVT as a quasi-regulator, which for quality standards and everything. Then obviously there's DGT, which takes care of the ITI ecosystem. This is one of the oldest ecosystems in the country, 14,000 ITIs. DGT is the administrator for that. There's NSDC, one-in-a-kind institution, a PPP model, which is private-led industry, but government as a single biggest shareholder. And that is where we serve as a platform for bringing industry into the Tibet ecosystem. And then obviously there's NISBERT and IIES specialist institutions driving the entrepreneurship side of things. Now, if you look at from a institution side, as you know, in 2020, we adopted the National Education Policy. So from a Tibet perspective, a huge focus on modularization, multiple entry and exit pathways in terms of bringing skills as part of the vocational education. So, and then, overlaying the NEP, there is NCRF. Most of the people here are aware, but that's a credit framework for vertical and horizontal mobility. To give substance to NCRF, there is Academic Bank of Credit. So that's a digital version where whatever credits are due as per the NCRF framework, it's getting registered in a digital locker kind of a thing where it's there for the records, for retrieval and for subsequent use. And obviously, a lot of emphasis now on a wider set of awarding bodies, both in terms of taking it to schools, taking it to industry players, taking it to other significant players who have the capability to add some new courses as per the demands of the economy. Tying it all together, this is the flagship MSD platform, which is the Skill India Digital Hub. And I would believe this is the biggest data lake of skilling in the country, whether it be the central ministries, whether it be the states. Majority of the schemes are now on SIDH, and the numbers are mind-boggling. And that is where gives an unprecedented opportunity for us to leverage that data to form lifelong pathways, to put more database inciting, to realize more on in terms of one particular platform that can provide for credentializing, that can provide for LMS, digital learning, MOOCs. It could provide for better scheme administration, data analytics. Everything combined come together as a one integrated framework in SID. I think Devdeep covered a bit of this, so I'll be brief. But to my mind, PM Setu is one of the best examples so far of a PPP model to integrate industry within TVET. So as some people here would be aware, there's a 51% SPV ownership by a private sector player. And although the private sector brings only 17% of the investment, but they have 51% ownership of the SPV that is getting formed under PM Setu. And this SPV will run a cluster of 4 or 5 ITIs. There may be up to 200 of such SPVs, or maybe 50 or 60 of them managing 200 hub and spoke clusters. So I think this is a very exciting PPP model that is being developed in terms of licensing, concessionaire agreements, in terms of SPV formations. I'm not aware of any such PPP structuring that has happened in TVET. I've been here for last 10, 15 years. So that's quite exciting. And obviously on a short-term skilling, we do it on scale. The whole idea is to give an accelerated pathway for those people who don't have access to education or who haven't done well in education. So for school dropouts and others, can we quickly put them to a 2 or 3 months of course and then put them as a semi-skilled workers in the industry for them to gain further skills on the job. So we try to do it on scale, on speed, and that's the flagship project concerning the PMKVY. There's also a lot of focus on new age skilling, and the basics of that is to put an integrated demand planning structure, right from districts where district skill committees are being revitalized in a never before way, to aggregate it at the state level and ultimately at the center level. So there's a complete demand planning, and then a lot of emphasis on creating new job roles, future skill job roles. And an example of this would be, I think this is a very, very critical program driven by the vision of our Honorable Minister, where we are trying to bring AI foundational courses to schools. These are the various courses listed here: AI to be aware, AI to acquire, AI to aspire, and AI for educators. So again, all credit linked, which is delivered online through SIDH. So this is a very, very exciting program that for students in class 6 to 12, we want to introduce them to AI. And once they have this foundational base, most of these students have been very proactive in acquiring further skills and taking it to places which was difficult to imagine when a foundational course was given to them. So in terms of future skills, the idea is to start quite early. Also, we are not just targeting the organized sectors per se, we are looking at all particular target groups. So if you look at rural communities, that is where MSD's JSS plays a vital role. They are in the rural areas. They started off as adult literacy programs and have now integrated skills and entrepreneurship. PM Vishwakarma, again, a very, very successful program with artisans, people like tailors, masons, florists. Those are the target segments that we are working with in PM Vishwakarma. And a hugely successful program, 24.5 lakhs training done. We believe next version is under discussion, which may be even bigger. So we are working with the artisans, we are working with, in terms of the rural communities, the women, and obviously the youth and need population. So in terms of learner segments, we are reaching out to all of them through structured programs. One of the very, very successful programs is apprenticeship. Very happy to note that around 75% of students who go through apprenticeship, the establishment actually absorbs them. So that is the level of confidence that the establishment has in the skills acquired by the apprentice. Obviously, they are delivering this training, so it is natural for them to have more confidence in those students. So in most of the places, your struggle is actually that, the student finds a job before the student gets to a certification stage. So very, very effective. The program is doing extremely well. We did around 13 lakhs last year. I think we'll be doing 10 plus lakhs this year as well. There's a counterpart program that the Higher Education Ministry does for graduates and above. Our scheme is open to everybody, but higher education is at least a graduate. And that's another very successful program, and maybe there might be some discussions around how to integrate the apprenticeship universe as one apprenticeship. There's a PM internship as well as a different variant, so all those are operating. I think there is some discussion at higher levels to see how a convergence model can emerge in these apprenticeship programs. A lot of focus right now on building the quality in terms of quality assurance, standards, curriculum. NSDC, on the directive of Ministry of Skill Development, is taking a pilot project on AI proctored assessments. There's also a lot of effort to bring a registry of training centers in two classifications, the higher end as well as the training institutions. And there's a trainer registry in the works. There's a skill training center registry in the works. There is revamping of assessments, integrating more AI technology into it. So, and obviously a lot more work towards figuring out where our students are going after the training. Are they going into jobs? Are they going into higher studies? What is really happening post the training is over? This is another very, very successful model. For NSDC, innovative financing is a very, very strong focus area. And this is one place where, there was some criticism about looking at input-based financing of training partners, and that not leading to optimum placement outcomes. So this is a place where all the financing happens at the later end of the training spectrum. So the payments happen to a training provider at certification, placements, and post-placement tracking. And if a training provider feels stressed because all the payments are backloaded, then NSDC supports in terms of a working capital loan at lower interest rates for them to manage through those initial phases. Very excellent results of this development impact bond that was launched. I think the placement rates were over 70%. And even after 3 to 6 months tracking, they were still more than 70%. So far higher placement achievements than what you get in a typical scheme-based programs. And this is where, a typical example where you do something innovative and then try to mainstream it. So now there's a new version of it, which is called Skill Outcome Funds, where PMKY will be contributing to about 250 crores to this fund, and another 250 crores will be contributed by industry. So a great example, again, where the scheme is now adopting this outcome-based financing, as well as industries coming together shoulder to shoulder to share the burden and contribute an equal rupee for every rupee that government puts up. So this is very exciting, and as it becomes successful in PMKY, probably most people here would expect that it will become mainstream in most government schemes going forward, given a strong performance as Skill Outcome Fund. This is again NSDC International, from an NSDC perspective, remains a critical focus area. As an agency of Ministry of Skill Development, we run Skill India International Centers. About 8 or 10 of them are active now. And it will slowly spread to 30, which was the last budget announcement. And apart from that, there are a lot of mobility-based partnerships, a lot of destination country-based partnerships. We have some focused destination countries with which there are G2G agreements. And in some of the cases, NSDC is a designated agency to implement those mobility partnerships. So we are working a lot with both on the government side, with the think tanks, as well as with the private sector for structuring good mobility programs that lead to decent ways of migration, that leads to legal ways of migration and decent work in the destination countries. This has been covered in detail by our distinguished speakers before. Also, Devdeep had a lot of slides on it. So just to summarize in that sense that, we can look at a lot of ways of collaboration. There are a lot of mobility partnerships, ASEAN, for example, Australia, New Zealand, for example. There are enough examples of a lot of mobility partnerships that have come in where India has signed multiple mobility partnerships with Europe and other countries. If it doesn't relate to that strong a network, as Secretary Ma'am said, we can start with comparability rather than harmonization and standardization. So that could be a good place to start with. Knowing more about each other, knowing more about the systems, reading it in a similar manner, that could be a good start. We have BRICS skill competition lying ahead. India's skills has always been huge for us, and we are pretty excited about BRICS competition that is going to come up. So I would urge all of you to stay tuned for it. And obviously, various modes of cooperations have already been discussed. So I leave it there. Thank you so much. In case of any questions, I'm available here. If anybody on the call has any questions, happy to take it. No? So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha, for walking us through. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, moving further, I would now take the honor to invite Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, Rotating Chair, Brics-Tca and CEO NSDC, to kindly share the summary and key takeaways of the representations.
So thank you very much. And it's been an absorbing session where we had speakers from the various countries presenting their own best practices. And I think this is one of the key objectives of having a Brics-Tca alliance, sharing of what each country does best, and so that others can learn from the experience. I've been given the task of summarizing. So just to rejig our memories on rejig our what we went through in the last 1 hour. Brazil began. Of course, Brazil was the chairman, the chairman of this Brics-Tca alliance before us, and during their tenure, the study was conducted, which Devdeep presented, and it was the first study of its kind, and it set the whole thing moving. And today we have a picture, which is very important for any kind of initiative to be based on. So we have some sense of the various TVET ecosystems across these countries. Brazil, of course, spoke about some of the few things which I thought would be good to highlight. One is Brazil spoke about creation of observatories for the world of work. So an observatory which keeps tracking the trends, in the world of work, and through which we can actually use that to predict trends going forward. They also spoke about several changes they are bringing in the national curriculum. The platform SysTech, which is a platform which Brazil has today, and which I'm sure other countries can also look at and see how we can collaborate on that. National catalog for technical courses, and interestingly, it spoke about a program called Mulher's 1000 for women. So this is a gender inclusive scheme. So therefore, these are some of the areas I thought Brazil, other countries in the Brics-Tca alliance should be looking at Brazil, working with Brazil. Coming to Russia, Russia of course spoke about the 601 clusters, united colleges. The Russian system had a lot of focus on the competitions. It spoke about 3 levels: professional skills, high technology skills, and the Olympic skills. And using competition as a mode to improve the standard of vocational training using competition is a very powerful tool. So how do we other nations learn from Russia, how they use? In fact, Russia has also revamped its whole vocational system based on some of the world skills standards. So therefore, this is an area of work, and we must also look at Russia was gracious enough to invite the participants from other countries, competitors from other countries to participate in their competition. Countries could actually take advantage of that. Also, very interestingly, Russia spoke about a Tibet competition for trainers, which I think is something which we would be looking at. How can we have a competition for Tibet skilled trainers? Russia also spoke about Tibet education loans, and finally also connecting youth to entrepreneurship. So the Russian project of I am in business, something is an area I think which we should also look at. Moving to China, China spoke of 1 core, 2 wings, and 5 key areas. And very interestingly, a city-based kind of cluster skill development model. It also, I thank the Chinese speaker for making the presentation on the King D Enterprise Digital Industry Academy, a very smart campus. And also China was gracious enough to offer several areas of international collaboration which other countries could take part. UAE, of course, spoke about its national work experience platform. Very interesting, and it spoke about work experience, various components of this program, a work experience logbook, and oversight and compliance, and also lastly, of course, evaluator categories, companies where you could have effective work experience minor issues, and of course fake work experience. How do we evaluate and make sure that the quality of work experience related training actually goes up? And finally, of course, India, we spoke about the India, of course, is a matter of a lot of things, a matter of scale. But some of the initiatives which I thought worth highlighting was this focus on outcome-based funding, where we are moving from an input-based kind of model to support funding on outcomes. The apprenticeship piece getting much more interesting because we're talking about integrating apprenticeship both at the various apprentice schemes currently in the country. International mobility is a big area for India because and therefore a lot of work is happening on that front. And also across the various learner segments, we can see several deepening of the various schemes and deepening of the various models, etc. So broadly, it has been a great, interesting sharing. I began today by saying that 3 areas. One is, of course, creating a compendium for best practices. Second is the Brics skills competition, and the first, this particular session goes a long way in building that compendium, and I look forward to building on what we have achieved today what we heard today in the last 1 hour, and take this cooperation forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pillai, for sharing your valuable perspective and the key takeaways from the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we would like to thank all the country representatives. But before that, we'll take up questions from the audience. Can I request our lovely audience virtually joining us, if you could please put your cameras on. And in case if there are any questions online, let's take them up. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we would like to thank all the country representatives for sharing their valuable experiences and perspectives. These presentations have highlighted the diversity of approaches across BRICS economies and the shared commitment to strengthening skills ecosystems, improving employability, and preparing learners for the changing world of work. Thank you so much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. We'll see you back again in 1 hour from now. Please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back again in 1 hour. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, post-lunch, we shall be having a very thoughtful panel discussion centered around green skills development and financing mechanisms for sustainability initiatives. I would request all of you to please be back with us on time. I request everyone to please proceed for lunch and please be back with us in 1 hour from now. All right, everybody. I would request everyone at the lunch area to please join us back. Requesting everyone at the lunch area to please reassemble back in the auditorium as we shall be getting started with the panel discussion in a few minutes from now. A humble request to everyone at the registration area, at the lunch area, kindly join us back in the auditorium as we shall be getting started with the conference now.
लोग एक एक करके स्टेज पे आते हैं, आप present करें।
All right, everybody, can I please request everyone to take your seats as we shall be getting started with the session now. I request everyone at the lunch area to please join us back in the auditorium, requesting everyone to please settle down and take your seats so that we can get started. A humble request to all our delegates to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent to avoid any disturbances. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, I would request everyone to please take your seats so that we can get started on time. A humble request to everyone at the lunch area to please join us back in the auditorium as we are about to get started with the session now. All our speakers, our panel members are eagerly waiting to share their perspectives with you. I would request all our delegates outside the conference hall to please join us back. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, and welcome back to the post-lunch session. We shall now be commencing the very first thematic panel discussion of the Brics-Tca Research Symposium. As countries advance towards sustainable economic growth and green transitions, the development of relevant skills, innovative financing mechanisms, and collaborative approaches is becoming increasingly important to prepare the workforce for emerging opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will deliberate on strategies to strengthen green skills development, explore investment and partnership models, and examine how skill ecosystems can support sustainable workforce transitions across the BRICS nations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure to invite on the stage our moderator, Mr. Ghosh, who brings over 22 years of experience across skill development, education, livelihoods, and public sector transformation. Sir has led several large-scale national programs and has extensive expertise in public-private partnerships, impact financing, policy advisory, and strategy consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Debarta Ghosh, Partner and Chief Operating Officer, KPMG India. I would now take the honor to invite our panel members joining us for this important discussion. Our very first panelist, Dr. Christel Quam, Senior Economist at the World Bank. Dr. Quam has contributed extensively to global research on education financing, labor market projections, public expenditure analysis, and human capital development, bringing valuable expertise on financing sustainable skills ecosystem. Hearty welcome, ma'am. We are also pleased to welcome Mr. Gabriel Bordado, Regional Skills and Employability Specialist at the International Labour Organization. His work focuses on skills development, lifelong learning, apprenticeships, labor mobility, and just transition strategies with extensive experience supporting skills policies across South Asia. Joining us with us, we have Dr. Vasanta Wade Thakur, Senior Scientist with the National Green Hydrogen Mission, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Madam is closely associated with India's flagship green hydrogen mission, driving workforce development, reskilling initiatives, and capacity building for the country's emerging green hydrogen ecosystem. With over 20 years of experience in R&D in the various fields like development, industrial applications of various enzymes, transfer of enzymes technology, biomass, bioethanol production from agri-residues, etc. Hearty welcome, Madam. We would also like to welcome Mr. Arpit Sharma, Chief Executive Officer of the Skill Council for Green Jobs. Since the Council's inception, he has played a key role in developing occupational standards and industry-led skilling initiatives across renewable energy, electric mobility, green hydrogen, and other emerging green sectors. Hearty welcome, sir. Joining us on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, we also have Ms. Bhumika Malhotra, General Manager at the National Skill Development Corporation. With over 15 years of experience, Madam has worked extensively at the intersection of policy, program implementation, institutional capacity building, and industry engagement, helping strengthen India's skilling ecosystem. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our esteemed panel on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the panel discussion, I would request Mr. Ghosh to kindly felicitate our panel members. Can we have the mementos, please? Starting off with Dr. Christel. Very warm welcome, ma'am. I would request sir to please present the sapling to Madam. Thank you so much and very warm welcome. To Mr. Gabriel Bordado, can we have the memento, please? Very warm welcome, sir. To Dr. Vasanta Vadde Thakur. It's our pleasure to have you, Madam. Very warm welcome. Moving further to Mr. Arpit Sharma. Very warm welcome, sir. Up next, to Ms. Bhumika Malhotra. Can we have the memento, please? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. It's our absolute pleasure. I now invite Dr. Devdeep Dey to kindly felicitate our moderator, Mr. Ghosh. Can we have the memento, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share the significance of the memento being presented today, inspired by the beautiful Kalpavriksha, a revered symbol in Indian tradition. It embodies abundance, continuity, and shared purpose. Presented as a token of appreciation, it celebrates the friendship, the dialogue, and cooperation strengthened during the symposium. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Dey. So, ladies and gentlemen, before starting off with the panel discussion, we would like to hear the country presentations. I would request the AV team, could you please load the view Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting off from Russia. Let's hear from Russia, the Federal Institute for the Development of Vocational Education and Training under the Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation. I think now we can hear
Hello,
you.
everyone. Uh, 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 I wonder if it's possible to get my presentation.
Is it visible, Marina?
Hello?
Can you see it? We have presented it.
Yes, yes, perfect. Well, the most important thing is that you could see it and the participants could see it. Okay, thank you, Dabdeep. Next slide. Sustainable development goals are planted into all our government policies, including all aspects of TVET education policies. While some goals have already been largely achieved, like gender equality, for example, which was illustrated by the presentation from the organizers during the panel discussion, but they continue to be a focus of attention for the state and citizens. However, we focus on sustainable agenda as cultural preservation because we see substantial development, a set of practices which focus on key areas such as training personnel for the economy while preserving the cultural code of the territories, values and traditions, implementing lean technologies, and promoting environmental education. Those are three major issues for us in green skills and sustainable TVET. Sustainable TVET in the Russian Federation just does not exist outside of its economic, social, and cultural context. TVET develops individuals capable of preserving not only preserving the cultural code, but ensuring economic efficiency and managing the technologies of the future. Next slide, please. Sustainable development is impossible within preserving cultural diversity. And as part of national focus on indigenous peoples, the TVET system is taking on the role of primary guarantor of the transfer of traditional and generational knowledge. In Russia, 2026 has been declared the year of unity of the peoples of Russia, and special attention is being paid to supporting ethnic groups. An updated state concept for the development of indigenous peoples was launched, under which TVET will strengthen support for students from indigenous ethnic groups. In Russia, we have more than 190 peoples. 47 of these are indigenous peoples, and their population is less than 50,000. So it creates a lot of difficulties, especially as they all have different languages. The smallest people, the Kirikot, Chukotka, well, there are only 4 of them. Indigenous peoples predominantly maintain a traditional way of life and live on their ancestral lands. The majority are found in the Arctic North, the Far East and Siberia, although those territories are difficult to reach and the conditions are quite harsh. They speak a variety of languages and dialects, exhibit wild cultural diversity, and some retain traditional religious cults and practices. In the lives and daily life of small peoples, traditional farming practices play a key role, not only from the ethnic and cultural perspective, but also from a practical and even entrepreneurial perspective. Reindeer herding, seal hunting, wild plant gathering, fishing, and the handicraft production of household items and art. All of these constitute the country's centuries-old history and must be preserved. To enable them to cooperate and compete with representatives of other regions and large manufacturing companies, the state provides support measures to preserve authentic crafts. And the main integrator here is state support for TVET. The specificity of this integrated approach lies in the fact that in TVET, we create unique educational trajectories based on uniform standards and integrate the values and traditions into professional activities. First, it's a system of quotas and targeted training. We are setting admission targets for specific... I'm sorry, I hear the echo, but I will continue. We create, well, it's a system of quotas and targeted training. We are setting admission targets for specific nomadic communities and traditional nature management enterprises. A system of recognition and financial support for young specialists in those regions guarantees that they will return to their home region after training. Second major point here is the legalization of so-called exotic professions. Today, the federal state TVET educational standard includes such professions as traditional tribal house mistress, fish and sea animal processing master, reindeer herder mechanizer, digital reindeer herding, and these are not archaic, these are modern educational programs that combine tradition reindeer herding or fishing skills with the fundamentals of veterinary science, logistics, marketing, and environmental law. A graduate of such a program is not simply a bearer of tradition. They're modern experts of traditional nature management, skilled in managing the community's economy and preserving fragile ecosystems. There are skills of different folk, decorative, and applied arts, as well as indigenous design and manufacturing for light industry products, including textiles, leather, wood and bone carving, indigenous cooking. Those professions help to create additional tourist attraction and further strengthen sustainable regional economies. The main tool here is the federal project Professionalitet, which is changing the training system, making it as practice-oriented as possible and aligning it with the principles of training based on current demand. Next, please. Here, I would like to dwell on a unique case, which is very illustrative. Special attention is being paid to language preservation. We are facing the problem of dying languages. And TVET integrates their preservation through two channels. The first is the inclusion of modules on native language and folklore in the curricula of pedagogical and cultural studies specializations. The second is digitalization. Students in IT and media profession, as part of their coursework and diploma projects, are using a variety of digital tools to develop digital dictionaries, mobile apps for language learning, and VR reconstruction of traditional rituals with authentic linguistic accompanying. Thus, language preservation is becoming not only a task for philologists, but also a practical one for programmers and designers, ensuring the technological sustainability of the cultural code. The perfect example is a unique ethnocultural project to create interactive dolls speaking the languages of the indigenous peoples of the North and in one of our Arctic zone colleges. Next slide, please. Now, on the pictures, you can see the dolls. Some of them are small, some of them are the size of a human. Each doll is unique. They are crafted by artisans from ceramic and textiles and then hand-painted. The dolls perfectly replicate elements of the traditional national costumes of the indigenous people. And here we have seamstresses and designers who work on it. The dolls are equipped with built-in audio modules. When pressed, they come to life. They begin to sing national songs or recite folk tales, legends, and proverbs in the languages of the indigenous people. Some of them can really interact and answer questions. All folklore materials and audio recordings for the dolls were collected by the students directly from native speakers. several occupations, the students of several occupations, of several professions were involved in putting this project into life. Next, please. Lean manufacturing. We are developing a Lean College project module. We see it as a tool for fostering a new culture of continuous improvement, creative, joyful, and constructive work. It's not longer just a separate discipline, it's a universal cross-cutting skill. Students in any specialty, from welder to IT specialists, they learn to identify waste, optimize processes, think in terms of continuous improvement. College administration also uses lean management practices in all aspects of TVET process, thus creating a lean college model. A powerful tool for disseminating this culture is the educational program I'm in Business. I'm in Business creates students lean clinics and projects to optimize not only production facilities, but also student life and administrative processes in colleges. This is a practice-oriented program where students and faculty become change agents. They learn to apply lean process tools like 5S, value stream mapping to the real-world economies of their regions. Colleges that successfully implement those lean practices can apply for federally recognized status and they would receive certain bonuses and benefits. Individual projects are being implemented at the region level. For example, in Kamchatka, college teachers are mastering lean technologies, teaching methods in dedicated office process factories as part of mentor training projects. We also have lean thinking college championships in several regions of Russia. And it's interesting to know that the championship jury takes a very comprehensive approach to developing assignment for those competitions. For example, last year, the final round of championship for future school teachers included the development and design of educational cards on sustainable principles for children with autism spectrum disorders. This year, the developed materials are already being used in special boarding schools across the region. Next slide, please. Environmental. Environmental is one of our 7 national goals, which were specified by presidential decree, and environmental well-being is one of the major national goals. So we have full-fledged state support on the highest possible level. Next slide. I won't read the slide, but those are, you can see, those are some KPIs for these national goals for environmental well-being, and some of them are quite strict, and it all concerns the preservation and the elimination of damage. Next slide, please. And I'm rushing it a little bit just to save time. This focus is implemented through the integration of environmental topics into educational programs and extracurricular activities and fosters a responsible attitude towards nature and resources in students. Training programs in new competencies are being developed in areas new to TVET in Russia. For example, a new course in eco-design in fashion is launched jointly with our Russian ecological operator, and it aims to develop skills that recycle materials and reduce waste. Academic disciplines, the college curricula for all occupations and professions includes core courses in ecological foundations of nature management and ecology. So we have a theoretical foundation for understanding sustainable development issues. There's a lot of environmental events organized extracurricular. They are listed on the slide, and they help students to practice and improve their ecology knowledge in everyday lives. So basically, this is the summary of our mainstream activities in sustainability, though, of course, there are plenty of specific regional cases. You are always welcome to contact us and ask for any additional information you must need, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Russia team. Any questions? If not, we shall be proceeding with the next member country. Let's welcome Professor Wang Chun, Dean School of Information and Automation, Tianjin Light Industry, Vocational Technical College, China. Professor Wang, can you hear us?
Yes, a minute.
Certainly. Professor Wang, we can see your screen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Chunmei, and I am from the Tianjin Light Industry Vocational Technical College in China. It is a great honor to have been invited to participate in this symposium. The topic I will present today is practical exploration of major cluster development to meet the needs of the new energy industry. My colleague, Ms. Wang Danyang, will provide simultaneous interpretation via microphone throughout my presentation. I will share the practical experience of our college in developing the photovoltaic engineering technology program cluster in the context of China's new energy industry development. Addressing climate change and promoting a green local of borders within the international community and a shared mission for the BRICS countries. In 2020, China solemnly pledged at the United Nations General Assembly that China aimed to have carbon dioxide emissions peak before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. It can be said that the green transition is no longer a choice, but a necessity. Centered on the dual carbon targets, which is the carbon peak and carbon neutrality targets, China has established a 1+N policy framework. The 1 represents the top framework. The N include multiple sectors, including energy transition, decarbonization of industry, low carbon transport, and digital empowerment. It is projected that by 2030, non-fossil fuels will account for around 25% of the energy mix, with wind and solar power becoming the main sources of electricity. Such a large-scale transformation of the energy structure requires the support of millions of skilled green professionals. This is the very mission of us who are working in the vocational education. From the perspective of the industry supply side, last year, the share of installed wind and solar power capacity in China historically surpassed that of thermal power, making it the largest source of electricity. In terms of operational models, a dual-driven approach has taken shape. Firstly, west to east power transmission, and secondly, generating for self-consumption with plus electricity fed into the grid. The rapid evolution of the industry means that job capacity standards must be updated simultaneously. This places an unprecedented demand of urgency on the talent development system. At the same time, the new power system is reshaping the entire energy ecosystem. The synergetic interaction between the 4 key elements, generation, grid, load, and storage, constitutes an entirely new interdisciplinary field of technical expertise. The talent development programs within our major cluster are specifically designed to meet the job requirements across the entire generation, grid, load, and storage industrial chain. Part 2 is about how we can translate macro-level policies into practical initiatives for training green skills talent. Tianjin Light Industry Technical College was founded in 1963 and was upgraded to a full-time higher vocational college in 2001, focusing on key industrial sectors such as smart manufacturing, new energy, and next-generation information technology. The college has trained a large number of highly skilled professionals to support regional economic development and the green transition of industry. Our college's photovoltaic major cluster centers on the photovoltaic program, integrating four supporting programs: wind power, electrical, and energy storage, to form a comprehensive skill chain including power generation, energy storage, and operations and maintenance. This cluster-based design enables our graduates to meet the technical and skills requirements across the entire new energy industry chain, rather than being confined to a single type of job. Led jointly by China Three Gorges Corporation, Nankai University, and our college, and in collaboration with research institutions, industry organizations, and upstream and downstream enterprises, the first national industry education integration consortium in the new energy sector has been established. The operation of the consortium has three distinct features. Firstly, enterprises have transitioned from participants to key drivers. Secondly, an integrated talent development system has been established. Thirdly, China's virtual education standards are being shared with countries of the Belt and Road Initiative. We are also very neat to share and jointly develop this set of green skills training standards and systems with our BRICS partner countries. We have established the Tianjin Open Industry Education Integration Practice Center for Carbon Neutrality and New Energy. The center covers an area of 8,000 square meters and has 840 practical training stations, having been developed in close collaboration with leading enterprises. Through a real-world industrial environment, students are able to learn new energy technologies under conditions that closely resemble actual enterprises production, thereby enhancing their ability to apply green skills. The center has also been approved as a national-level virtual simulation training base, featuring a range of virtual simulation modules covering wind farm operation and maintenance, wind turbine assembly, the energy internet, and smart microgrids. This has resolved the challenges faced in practical training within the new energy sector, namely high investment, high risk, and difficulty in replication, and has significantly reduced the cost of training. One of the center's distinctive features is that it has become a leading center for competition training. We have independently developed competition equipment. Our students were admitted to the national training team for the World Skills competition. Our teachers serve as coaches of the World Skills competition. The second feature is the integration of real-world production and collaborative education. We have established a campus-wide integrated energy system comprising solar power, energy storage, charging infrastructure, and the grid, which has gained economic and environmental benefits. The center is open to the public, having established an open service system that includes formal education, social training, public science education. The third feature is our alignment with the CNAS International Accreditation criteria. We have established a comprehensive lithium-ion battery testing platform that serves both teaching purposes and provide testing services to industry, thereby realizing a sustainable operational model of supporting education through service. Distinguished guests, from the top-level design of the dual carbon policy to the industrial implementation of the 1+N framework and to the concrete practices of our college, the core point I wish to convey is this. The cultivation of green skills talents requires a closed-loop system formed by policy guidance, industry-driven, and implementation in education. We look forward to carrying out in-depth cooperation with BRICS countries in fields such as mutual recognition of green skill standards, joint development of course resources, teacher exchange and training, and sharing of virtual simulation technologies. Together, we will contribute the strengths of vocational education to the sustainable development of BRICS countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wong. Any questions do we have for Professor Wong? All right. If not, then we will move on to South Africa. Can we have the presentation from South Africa? AV team, can we please have the online view? All right. So with that, we will now move ahead. Any other member countries who are willing to present? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, these were the country presentations, and now we will deep dive into the panel discussion. It's my absolute privilege to hand over to our moderator, Mr. Ghosh, to please start with the proceedings of the panel. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. So I have an illustrious panel with me. So I'll just open the session with few opening comments, and then we'll straight away get into some discussions, some pointed discussion, some generic discussion with them. So today, when we are meeting at this panel, so India has the BRICS presidency. And the primary theme for this year is building for resilience, innovation, cooperation, and sustainability. The Brics-Tca has chosen two priorities for this cycle, and one of them is definitely sustainable skills initiatives. And that is what bringing us together today for this panel. Now, as countries are running behind to fulfill the Paris Agreement target and net zero target, there is an increased demand for rising workforce on various domains. So domains like renewable energy, sustainable manufacturing, green construction, electric mobility, agriculture, water management, waste management are rising. So if you look at two studies, one by ILO, and we have a representative from ILO today also in the panel. So what the study is saying that the green economy can generate actually 24 million jobs globally in the next 5 or 6 years. Similarly, if I look at the International Energy Agency report, they are saying that current employment in the green economy might be double going by the end of the decade. But the question remains that the scale of investment to make this training happen is very difficult. It's not going to happen only through public financing or government initiatives. We will need different financing mechanisms, innovative financing, industry participation, some blended finance model, some outcome-based financing model, and a deeper collaboration amongst all the stakeholders along with the government. So what are you trying to achieve in this panel today? So basically, we will look at different aspects of financing green initiatives. It could be innovative financing, it could be public-private partnership, it could be demand-driven workforce development, transition and inclusive growth, and how BRICS countries come together to make it happen. So in a nutshell, the questions that are we trying to address in today's panel is that every BRICS member has a net zero target as well as a low carbon commitment. But is there a workforce ready for that to achieve? So we will try and see during this panel discussion that how we can bridge that gap, what mechanisms we can create for collaboration and for financing as well. So we will do it in a two formats. So first I'm going to ask one questions to each of the panelists, and I would request each one of you to give your thoughts using next couple of minutes. Request you to please stick to the timeline as well. So the query that I'm going to pose in front of you is that in your institution's experience, what is the single biggest reason or problem in green skilling program? Is it money? Is it demand signals from industry or institutional capacity? You can pick any one of them and give your thought for that. So I can start with Crystal if you want to start, please.
Thanks, Gosh. I'm Crystal. I'm from the World Bank. I've been based in Delhi for the past 3 years now. So to the question on what is the biggest constraint, from my experience, the response will be demand signal, right? Because money will follow a credible pipeline and capacity can be built over time. So what is really demand signal will be that information which is concrete, which is forward-looking about what are the jobs that employers are hiring for, how many, in what roles, where, and by when. Once we have that credible information, then the returns are clear for money to follow and for capacity to be built around it. So basically, it's the market telling us, or the market telling the training system that this is the real demand that we have, this is what we need to train people for, and then the curriculum will be designed around to deliver on those particular skills that are needed. So at the end of the day, it's really demand that is going to drive the whole market, around which money will be allocated and capacity will be built around to deliver on those skills. So that would be my take on the question.
Thanks, Crystal. So I think you are essentially saying that in absence of a proper information from industry that what exactly they need, it is difficult to even formulate a financing program around it. If we have that information in a more concrete manner, it will be easier to form such a program. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gabriel, if I can come to you on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh. I am from ILO. I am based here in Delhi. From the perspective of ILO, I think the most important is institutional capacity. I just would like to correlate it in an old saying, give someone a fish and you will feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish and you will feed him or that person for a lifetime. So if I would like to correlate that with the priority, giving them finance to train is just giving them a fish to live for a day. But if you teach the institution on how to identify the skills gap, how to convert the skills gap into standards, curricula, learning materials, and train the trainers to deliver that, then you will make somebody or that institution live for a lifetime. So just again, I would like to have this experience on green skills. I had an opportunity to have a conversation with 3 or 4 entities talking of the same occupational title, but having 3 or 4 different sets of competencies. So I think if you have, say, same jargon with 3 or 4 different sets of competencies, then training them will be in trouble. So I think from this context, our office, ILO, in collaboration with the government of India, is in the process of developing the global taxonomy for skills and qualification requirement. And one of its priority sector is green. So that scenario of having three different understanding of what a new trend in green transition will have, will be definitely addressed, and moving forward, it would be a smooth sailing. Over to you.
Thank you. That's an interesting analogy. So what I understand, Gabriel, you are trying to say that money may not necessarily always be a problem. It's the institutional capacity, even after having the money, how do they implement it and make it happen to create an impact? That is what is more challenging. Thank you. Thank you for your view. Dr. Vasanta, if I can come to you next.
Thank you. As far as our ministry's experience in skilling, I can say that the demand signals from industry that will sustain the skilling programs, because if we have a structured the demand from industry, and in which job role we want how many numbers. So that is very important to curate the programs. And also, of course, if demand is there and then jobs are there, the institutional capacity will come and then money will follow. But currently, I think in our country, we are having already institutional capacity. Ministry of Skill Development is having vast infrastructure. ITIs are there, and then different training centers, industry training centers are there. And also, you also know that, now skilling is very important part for our country. So I think we have to understand the demand signals from the industry, and accordingly we can curate the programs so we can have a successful skilling program.
Thank you. I think you are agreeing with Crystal, but I'll come back to you more. I think it has always been a challenge to get the right set of demand predicted by industry. So yeah, we'll hold that for a moment. Mr. Arpit, if I can come to you for your comments.
Certainly. Good afternoon, everyone. So in my opinion, I would completely agree with Vasanta ma'am that the single biggest problem is not the money, but it is the demand signals from the industry. If you analyze over the past decade, India has made significant investments in the skill development area. In fact, in 2015, the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, a dedicated ministry was being set up to address all these requirements. Sector skill councils were created. SCGJ, Skill Council for Green Jobs itself, was created in 2015. NSDC has been created long before even the ministry was created. So the government has done its bit of share, frankly, in the country. And it's always the problem that, sector skill councils or NSDC, we create qualification packs, we create the model curriculums, we create the entire robust structure of assessments. Everything has been created so far. But many times the skilling is being carried out at places where there is no demand and the employment potential is not there. So in my opinion also, the skilling needs to be done at places where there is a complete demand and the skilled professionals can be easily employed. One thing that we have to always remember, long back I heard it from someone, that it is more dangerous to have skilled and unemployed people in the country rather than only having unemployed people. So people who are skilled and still unemployed, it is far more dangerous to have them. So yes, it is the demand signals from the industry.
Thanks, Arpit. I think I'll come back to you. Sector Skill Council also have a big role to play in making that industry thing happen. I'll come back to you. Bhumika, over to you for your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to being part of this distinguished panel here. It's a hard choice to make, Devabrata. Let me put this out very openly and clearly that all are important. But if I was answering this question 5 years ago, I would have taken finance, availability, access to finance as the choice. But right now in 2026, we have evidences of building institutional capacity for outcome-based skilling programs in the country. And one of the examples that we have as evidence is from Skill Impact Bond, right? We did that in across 8 cohorts, 50,000 candidates were certified, and the results, which are completely tied to the outcomes, have been really, impressive and different from the other skilling programs. There were direct shifts in the behavior of training providers, so to say, from just merely adopting an activity-based approach where inputs were more given importance to an outcome where having people tied to placements, their availability at jobs, and minimum 3 months of retention. So the idea here is that there is a shift, there is an evidence of institutional capacity coming in place because of the perspective that I'm putting from NSDC's side. And for a sector like green skilling, for green jobs, green sector, the diversity is huge and the space is ever evolving, right? For India, we have sort of put a lot of efforts in solving for solar value chain, right? There are efforts, very strategic efforts from green hydrogen side, ma'am, NGHM. And then also there needs to be more and more efforts towards circular economy, waste management, water management, etc. So we need institutional capacity which has the muscle to solve for ever evolving changes in the sector. And my pick in that perspective is the institutional capacity. Rest everything will follow. If there are evidences, finance will come. The industry will start responding to the results that the ecosystem is producing.
No, thanks, Bhumika. I think you are right. So I think NSDC has played that role that, and it will continue to play the role of institutional capacity builders. And so thank you very much. So, Crystal, if I can come back to you with this more specific question based on your experience from World Bank perspective. So based on your experience, particularly your work in human capital and climate development areas, so is there any evidence exist that there are returns on investment in this particular green skills area?
There is evidence that green skills yield returns, and I'm probably going to group that evidence into 3 categories, if I can. So the first one will be at the macro level. Yes, I'm an economist, so I have to start with that. So the World Bank has a report that is called Jobs in the Changing Climate. And that report was launched at COP30 back in November 2025. And this report has been developed based on insights coming from 93 countries that prepare what we call a country climate and development report, in which they analyze what's going on, what are the changes that needs to be done when it comes to considering climate change, transition into the green economy, what do we need to do, right? This is what these reports are about. So compiling that information from these 93 countries, let's just say that 6 of them are BRICS countries, and also we have comparable countries that are about the coal transition, EV, and hydrogen, right? So we can have structurally comparable examples. So compiling that information, the evidence that we find is that investing in climate resilient, adaptation, low emission development will more or less generate by 2050 25 million better paid jobs, right? So that's the first evidence that we have at the macro level. The returns are the jobs, right? Then when you look at that number at the aggregate level across these 93 countries, 25 million seems small, right? So what this aggregate number is more or less masking is that there are also large sectoral shifts, right? Because we are transitioning, so some sectors need to die, and some new technology and industry will be created as well, right? And this is where green skilling will be important, because that will determine which worker will move to the new industry. So at the aggregate level, that's our story. That's the evidence. Jobs will be created, willing to align to that. The second category is the more of the micro level evidence that we have. So for that, we will go to the all famous returns to education, to skills, where the literature says that 1 year of additional schools will lead 9% return, right? So that's the story. Now, when it comes to green skilling, the new emerging literature says that on top of that 9%, there's a wage premium associated with green skills, with people who are in green jobs, right? And the wage premium, according to the IMF, is 7% for men, is 12% for women, right? And then the London School of Economics also more or less corroborate with that story of the wage premium when it comes to green skills. So that's our second piece of evidence that green skills has return. The third and last one is what I would personally call maybe the development complementarity, where again at the country level we realize that the share of green jobs increases as the share of GDP per capita is increasing, right? So green jobs, green skills are moving in the same direction with increase in GDP per capita. And the story behind it is that your industry or your green industrial base matter, right? And the workforce you have in your country will determine if you are creating those industries in your country or you are going to import those services. That is the green job services, right? So that would take me back to the opening remark that Goshji said about, we are all transitioning, but do you have the workforce to actually make that transition? So our third bit of evidence is saying that those countries that will have the workforce to make that transition are the ones that are going to grow, and the share of green jobs is also going to grow in that particular country. So if a Minister of Finance is asking, because it depends on who is asking the question, do we actually have returns when it comes to green skills? Yes, Minister, sir, you have return. It's not about choosing between your climate spending and your spending on jobs. Jobs are your return. And then if you have the workforce to move people to those jobs, then you are going to take advantage to of those returns.
No, thanks, Crystal. I think very interesting. You have divided into 3 categories. First part is on the jobs, which is more social return on investment that we are talking about. Second part is actually wage improvement or livelihood improvement, people who are, because they are able to get a premium from that aspect. The third part, what I understood what he was saying is that if we adopt more of this, the global supply chain logistics, since they're looking for it, it will definitely have a contribution to GDP, and it will help a country to move the GDP growth as well. Very interesting. So Gabriel, if I can come to you next. So the ILO's Just Transition Framework rests heavily on a tripartite social dialogue. So in economies like India, where large share of the workforce affected by decarbonization is informal and therefore underrepresented, how does that just transition model hold up in practice? So what kind of approaches is the ILO seeking that work?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh. Just to highlight or emphasize, any intervention, including the just transition, ILO is working on a tripartite mechanism. So the policy-making body of ILO is consisting of the employers, the government, and the workers group. But these, just to highlight, are the formal recognized institutions. Going back to the just transition is not just for formal economies. Much more the informal economies are heavily affected by moving towards just transition. So if we use the normal mechanism that ILO is doing, definitely the informal workers are not into the discussions because, as I have mentioned, these are formal organizations or structures that they have to voice their interest outside the formal. Now, what we are doing now is we're going beyond that tripartite social dialogue. We reach out to any key stakeholders like the cooperatives, the micro enterprises, or even to the NGOs. Several years ago, we have come up with what we call as a challenge call, wherein we ask NGOs to present a proposal on how they train informal workers towards just transition. And we really have got some models on that. And one finding there is that, and really I know probably all of you is aware that just transition is not just training. It's not moving workers from its current state of work towards moving towards a just transition set of competencies. It has to be embedded with social protection. It has to have some sort of career path towards lifelong learning, and it has to be anchored in the framework or the vision of ILO, which is the decent work. Over to you.
Okay. So what I understand that you are suggesting that it's not only about interacting with corporate, but you are also interacting with various informal part of the society, which forms a large part of workforce as well. And if required, the framework can be little bit customized as per this informal workforce need to make things happen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam, if I can come to you now. So from a green hydrogen mission perspective, I think we have projected that there will be 6 lakh jobs across the green hydrogen value chain by 2030. And this will be at different stages or different factors of value chain. Now, can you please help us understand how you look at this workforce? Are those roles completely new job roles that we are talking about, or we have already seen some of those job roles already existing, or you are seeing a completely new set of jobs we are talking about and we need to create a training ecosystem for the same?
Yeah, now as all we know, renewable energy is playing very important role in energy transition. And now we are third in global ranking, whereas renewable energy is concerned. And it is a very dynamic sector. And the workforce we need is about 44 lakhs. I mean, if 500 gigawatt by 2030, if we want to achieve, then the workforce we need is, at least jobs, estimated jobs are about 44 lakhs, and including the 6 lakh jobs in green hydrogen mission. But whereas in these 6 lakh jobs, the most part of these 6 lakh jobs are in renewable energy projects, and about 2 to 2.5 are green energy production. So that means we have to, for green hydrogen, under green hydrogen mission also, we have to target the workforce for renewable energy projects, mainly for solar and wind. Now mainly the renewable energy targets, they are booming because of solar and wind. So we have to, the installed capacities are increasing, so the readiness of workforce is also in solar and wind areas. So and then in MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the skill development we have realized in 2015 almost in NSM, National Solar Mission. The target of solar capacity, installed capacity from 20 to 170, 20 to 100 gigawatt. So by escalating these installed capacities, we also realized that we should have the ready workforce. And we have created the very, interesting program, that is the Surya Mitra program. I think it is the timeline with the both of Ministry of Skill Development and also the Skill Council of Green Jobs. So in Surya Mitra program, we have, at the time in 2015, we kept on-job trainings, and also we have tracked the employment. And about 80,000, 75,000 we have trained under Suryamitra program. And I can say that we have, the recorded employment percent is 50%. Because we have tracked employment figures, so 50% employment is there, and the recorded one. And then after that, we have realized what is lacking in this employment figures, 50%. Why only 50%? So then we realized that, location specific. That means the trainings or the skilling should be at the vicinity of the industries. So we have curated the next program, that is Vayu Mitra for wind energy, and that is with the training institutes should be at the vicinity of the industries. So we have increased the employment figures, that is up to 57, 60% we have recorded. After that, but these are also, we have concentrated in the windy rich states. So next we have extended our program to hydropower. There we kept the location specific, but with the 50% of trainings are at the industry side. So that is 50-50. 50 is at the training institute, and the 50% of duration is at the industry side. I think the employment figures are, I can say that 70 to 80%. So what I mean to say that we have, if we want to create a skilling program, then we have to have all these, the challenges, we have to address the challenges, so that the figures, the employment figures can be enhanced. So, and also the next one is that under PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, we have created capacity building component in which we are targeting all the stakeholders, the technicians, trainers, vendors, and also the officials, whoever DISCOM officials, because mainly the installations, and then they are to be checked by DISCOM officials. So there we are having all the stakeholders, we are training and skilling them. And also in National Green Hydrogen Mission, we are, and here, here comes the major part is the already existing in solar and wind areas. And the next part is the green hydrogen production and storage, etc. So here we have to go for the new, curriculum, and also the new job roles. So that we are, in the ministry, for the existing and the maturing technologies, we are going for the numbers, and then we want to achieve the increase the employment figures. And for the new areas, we are carefully curating the new programs so that the workforce can be ready for future industry projects. And also for the green hydrogen mission, we are having in coordination with NSDC, we are doing these programs. So I mean to say that if you want to have a skilling program, a successful skilling program, so in all areas, the success meets where the preparation and opportunity meets. So preparation, government is doing, and then opportunities, industry has to give. So that we are trying to do in Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So what we understood, ma'am, is that the solar and wind part is kind of sorted. We need to more focus on the employment part of those. And from the green hydrogen perspective, we are working on developing newer curriculum, and that will be also done in close partnership with industry to focus on the employment part of it. Thank you. Arpit, if I can come to you. So the council sits at a point where climate policy turns into a job description, whether rooftop, utility scale solar, wind, green hydrogen, wastewater management. So across that portfolio, where have you got employer demand particularly, and where it has stayed? little bit lukewarm from the industry side. And can you tell this pattern to us that between these two, where you have found more industry interest in this?
Okay. So in our experience, frankly, the employer demand has always materialized where there are three things that exist. So the first one is basically there has to be a sustained policy. Then there has to be a clear-cut investment. And the third thing, which is very important, is that there has to be a clear-cut business case. And in our opinion, what we have seen in the last decade is that all these three things exist typically in sectors like the solar photovoltaics. India already, as ma'am mentioned, that India has an ambitious target of 500 gigawatts of renewable energy that needs to be installed by 2030. Also, we have the National Hydrogen Mission, where 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen needs to be produced by 2030. So there's a long way to go, but today we have already surpassed 100 gigawatts of solar manufacturing in the country. And 50% of the targets have already been met as on 2026. We're sitting at more than 50% of the achieved targets. So solar has been the major contributor in the energy mix. So what we have seen is that because there has been all the three examples that I gave, solar energy, solar photovoltaics technology is actually has all these three business cases. That's why we have seen a lot of demand in the solar photovoltaic sector. And we have seen that it has attracted a lot of investment also. A lot of manpower has also been placed. We are also doing, apart from Surya Mitra, we are also doing PM Surya Ghar Yojana under the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, where 20,500 technicians have already been trained, and we have seen that more than 50% have been placed also. We have the offer letters, the demand letters from the industry. So this is to answer to your business case where we have seen a strong demand. Now, on the contrary, government has been very ambitious in terms of green hydrogen. But because the policy is there, investment is not very sustained, and there is not a clear-cut business case. We have seen that. After training thousands of technicians in green hydrogen, there has been placement issues in the country, because the industry itself doesn't frankly exists as of now.
Evolving.
I would not say exist. It exists in very, very few clusters, like in the hydrocarbon sector. You can see there is some, the construction of at the green ports. The construction has just started, but the placement of the candidates, the absorption will only happen when we are able to sustain this thing for a while. And you will see a lot of traction happening in 2027, 28.
Correct.
So similarly, we can see a lot of traction happening in the solar EV charging station space. So we have a qualification back, and we have been getting a lot of demands for technicians who are trained in commissioning the EV charging infrastructure. So there are both the cases where government has a strong policy, but there has been a demand and there has been a lesser demand. So I gave both the examples.
Yeah, I think it also depends on how the industry is evolving, how the investment climate is, how private sector investment is coming from those aspects
Absolutely.
as well. Bhumika, if I can come to you now, I think you have spoken about outcome-based financing in your opening remarks. So I think NSDC has successfully launched the first version, and now I think work is being done on the second version of it. Share us some learnings from the first phase of it in terms of outcome-based financing model, because it was a very new in the skill ecosystem.
Right. Thank you. So yeah, learnings from outcome-based financing skilling program, there have been quite many. But to just highlight some of the key learnings for us, I think one can say that outcome-based financing model works if at all it is designed correctly. Right, so the key here is design and to get the structure in place and pay for the right outcomes at the right time. The structure of the program was that the key milestones for payments were enrollment, certification, placement, and retention, while deliberately the highest weight for payment was concentrated towards placement and retention. Right, so, and that led to a very high percentage of certification and a high percentage of placement that we see as evidence from the program. That was possible because of, behavioral shifts from the training providers, where they were earlier not thinking about having grievances, redressal systems in place. They suddenly started putting those teams in, in implementation. Similarly, to have job retention teams in place where employer relationship management caught attention of the training providers, because without it, it was impossible to get the outcomes in place, right? And so here, the important part that I want to highlight is the design of the program, the key milestones, and the shifts in the behavior of training providers, which led to the realization of the results that we can today talk about, and that gives us enough evidence of success of the program, right? That becoming the first point, and I think very important point with respect to outcome-based financing is the working capital bridge, right? Because the training providers were getting paid for the outcomes, and that were potentially towards the end of the program, right? So who really puts in the money? Is the training provider really in place and shape to really take that bit of risk? And here the role of risk investors become really prominent, with NSDC and other risk investors, sort of taking the plunge and betting on the training providers with the right framework in place and having right design and teams who started working on making sure that the training providers are ably hand-hold it till the end of the program. And whatever new tools, support systems were to be created on the way, the performance management team from NSDC could really bring that, intelligence into the team. So the role of performance management unit here, with NSDC playing the role of risk investors, and the performance management unit has been very, very important role it has played. So it's a very important learning for us. Then verification as a process in the entire program is often not given that importance. But here we saw the evidences that verification is a practice, and it has to be taken seriously as the funding is brought into the program. And if the gaps in self-reported data and the verified data is too much, then you know that the teams have to come in to the foray and bring that right intelligence, the tools, standardized documentation, maker-checker processes in place, so that the verification data architecture is in place, right? This was the third learning, I would say, that was really critical from the outcome-based financing. And the model largely addressed different varieties of requirements, right? With India as the base, we can't really do with one model and say that it'll work for everyone.
Yeah.
So the spectrum is huge. And the model addressed that aspect. So the cost per beneficiary varied across the spectrum, with candidates getting trained in tribal, rural areas with migratory job requirements, with residential requirements. The cost per beneficiary is very different, right? And how is the training provider then now looking at the entire financial matrix? Are they looking at cost per certification? Are they looking at cost per placement? So getting that correction in the way how financing of the program is actually visualized across stakeholders was also very important. And I think these are very critical learnings that must get imbibed and utilized for our future programs that will go along.
Correct.
So in a nutshell, I would say that outcome-based financing is real. It's replicable model, but it is not self-executing. It doesn't work on autopilot base. So it needs dedicated team effort, right? Data architecture, right? Documentation architecture, right? Outcomes getting, verified for it to be a successful model for even green skilling, because here the demand is very technical in nature. Industry has to have the confidence that yes, what we are putting money for is actually leading to the right kind of talent coming back to us, right? So these
I
are
understand. I think a couple of points that you have mentioned, I think behavioral change was a big aspect because training partners were accustomed to do training on a different kind of a mindset. And also the working capital part that you have mentioned, because that has prevented even good training providers to participate in that. So I think those two, and finally the verification part, because we are not habituated to have an independent agency to get those verifications, because here the payment structure is also dependent on that. So I think that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Crystal, I will come back to you. Almost a line of questions in similar manner. So I think result-based financing or outcome, I wouldn't call it outcome-based financing, but result-based financing has been a long-established practice in World Bank now. Most of the projects in India are also in the line of result-based financing. Now, how do you see the stakeholders or the reacting, and also the preconditions of such? Are the ecosystem ready in BRICS countries for such result-based financing in terms of data system, verification capacity, labor market informations, and other things? So do you see this is picking up pace, or the model need to be tweaked?
So the straight answer would be yes. Result-based financing is picking up pace. So at the World Bank, we have multiple instruments to finance a country, and one of those instruments is what we call Program for Result, which is based on the paying for outcome that have been achieved in a certain country, right? So when I'm taking India, most of World Bank support to India, especially if it goes to the government of India, result-based financing. To some states will be result-based financing, except a couple of them, because some of these underlying conditions that Goshti is asking about are not necessarily present, right? So based on our experience in India and elsewhere, there are 4 basic conditions that needs to be met, right? So first, we start with the definition, and I will not dwell so much onto it because Gabrielle already touched upon it. Again, applying it to, because we are here today for green skilling, green jobs, so applying to that context, basically, we need to be able to define what the results are. So that starts with the taxonomy, okay? And then Gabrielle already mentioned that, so I won't dwell so much on it. And then in terms of defining the result, we need to make sure that they are incentivizing the right thing, right? Because that's what you want to do. And again, Ms. Bhumika mentioned those incentives, so I will not, again, dwell on that. So that's the first condition. The second condition is the data, right? And again, I think Ms. Bhumika dwelled on those aspects as well. Again, coming to the skilling ecosystem, to the skilling agenda, we need to make sure that we can follow the individual, right? We follow that person from enrollment to certification, to employment and beyond, right? So that requires you to have data system that can track, because that will allow us to be able to observe the outcome repeatedly and cheaply, right? So I'm trying to say that we should get away or move away from doing graduate tracer survey all the time. If you have a data system that allows you to follow the individual, we should be moving away from that, right? So some countries are able to, some countries are in the process. But this is what we want to see when we are talking about a data system that is existing. The third point would be that we need to have a credible person to verify the result, right? And that will require a lot of trust, right? You need to, and again, though asset capacity can be built over time, this is also where you require capacity, right? You want the person who verifies to have the capacity. We should have trust between the person who finances the operation, the implementer, and the person who verifies, right? So these conditions should also be in place. And then the last aspect, again, I will come back to the data, but mainly focusing on the labor part of it. and linking it to the first point on what matters, which is demand signal, right? So how do we make sure that we are actually having the right outcome, the right incentive for that? That will come from the industry, right? So if we have that labor market information, then we can design what is a desirable outcome to help the ministry or whoever implements to reach that target, right? Again, the target is about transitioning to green economy. How do we make that? We can do that if we know the jobs that are available and we know how to get those jobs, then in return incentivize whoever needs to make that transition. Right now, it looks like it's in theory, but these are more or less the basic condition that needs to be met for a result-based financing program to work.
Thanks, Crystal. Interesting. I think, so what you are seeing essentially is that the institutions' capacity building in terms of result-based financing may not be a challenge because they are slowly getting accustomed to that model of funding. But at the same time, from a green skilling initiatives, defining the outcome depending on the data and existence of a proper LMIS would help in terms of defining the goals and target of such programs in a much better manner. Thank you, Crystal. Gabriel, if I can come back to you for the second question. I think there is a misnomer that green skilling initiative means all are new courses. But there are existing courses, including fitter, electrician, plumber, technician, or even green financing. So those are all existing job roles which possibly need a separate kind of a module or bridge thing from a green skilling perspective. So I just wanted to hear your thought. It's not all about adding new course, but greening the existing courses is more important.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh, on that question. I think sometimes we make a mistake of equating green skills as new job. But we need to think about the workers, most workers, including the informal workers, that the just transition is not moving to a new profession. It's really looking at how do we correct, how do we enhance the way we work in that existing profession. I'd like to take an example of the electrician. You've been electrician for 10, 15 years. Now you are required to install a solar panel, how to maintain a solar panel. Or a mason to perform now efficient construction methodology. Or automotive mechanic to work on electric vehicle. So the question now merely is that not really what are the new jobs, what are the new skills, but rather ask the question of what are the changes in your current job. So in that case, I think, yeah, right. There's some new jobs, there's some new skills, but I think the best entry point there is really looking at how do we embed the green skills or technology in the existing one. And from the perspective of ILO, or not really from the perspective, ILO is working on several tools that will help constituents or member states in terms of this intervention, of moving forward or embedding green skills into the current occupation. So I think that would really just emphasize that green transition does not necessarily mean new occupations. It's really how do we make sure that the changes have been addressed in terms of moving to a just transition.
Thank you. I think that tool will be very useful, and the person who can make existing job roles green, we have him on the stage as well. Maybe we can ask him from that perspective as well. But before that, Madam, if I can come back to you. I think we were discussing that green hydrogen is still an evolving area, and we still may have at a nascent stage industries or some of the existing industries are focusing on it and other things. So do you see that it's a kind of chicken and egg problem that we will train people when the industry come, or it might be too late when it is a matured sector and we don't have people? So what is your advice on preparing the workforce, but at the same time keeping a watch how the ecosystem is evolving and making keeping a pace with it?
Sorry. As far as the national green hydrogen sector, green hydrogen sector is concerned, now maybe we don't need the technician level skilled people, but we need skilled people for business development and also for entrepreneurship, mainly. So for build-up of the technologies, we need highly skilled manpower. So for that, I think we have to increase the numbers of the researchers mainly in green hydrogen area. And also we have to strengthen the infrastructure also. I mean, the academic institutes or the research institutes, they are not having the advanced labs for hydrogen. So, and also for storage, capacity building is also not there. So we have to have capacity building, but it's not for the technician level at present, currently. So we have to build up the skilled professionals, highly skilled people for I think managerial or business development level. So once the industry is ready, and also once the sector is matured, so then of course the training, I mean the STTs, short-term trainings, and also RPLs are there. So we can, we can shift to those job roles. So I think first we have to create the highly skilled people who can enter into the entrepreneurship. I mean, not mainly the job seekers, we have the job creators, they should. So for that, the sectors, ministries, they have to develop the research strength and the highly skilled research people. So, and in ministry, we are doing that. So we are we are strengthening the academic labs and also research institutes to set up the advanced labs. And now we are increasing the, we have introduced now the industry exposure in the scholarships and also entrepreneurships. MNRE is giving National Renewable Energy Fellowships also, and also internships for 2 to 6 months. So now, till now we are sending the people to our institutes only, National Institute of Solar Energy and National Institute of Wind Energy. But now we have extended these fellowships and scholarships. We have increased the industry exposure. They can go to the industry and then they can see what exactly solar manufacturing industry is needed, and also green hydrogen industry is needed. So they can be there, and then 6 to 12 months they can be there, and then they can have the what exactly industry wants, and they can go to their research, and then they can do that. So I think this is that.
Thanks, ma'am. I think that makes sense because we are focusing to consolidating the industry first and then looking at the technicians part of it, which will also ensure that the industry gets developed at the same time. When they're matured, they get the right set of people. Okay, coming to you. So I think we are speaking about RPL. So from this sector's perspective, what is your thought on RPL? And if we are going for RPL, are industries ready to pay for it, or at the beginning, government should pay for it? So what is your thought? Who should the relevance of RPL in this, as well as who should bear the cost from this perspective?
Okay. So
and we are running short of time, so if you can just
surely. So maybe I'll answer your question with two very good, interesting examples.
Sure. That will be
So
useful.
normally RPL is thought of recognizing the skills of a particular operator or a technician and issuing a certificate to him. But it's not always that case. When you're doing a very credible RPL, you have to design a bridge course. There's a cost to it. You have to do the certification. You have to make industry visits. So the two examples which I wanted to give was where the academia, industry, government, all of them, they came together. Was one RPL that we did for sanitation workers.
Right.
This was done in the municipality. So considering that municipal corporation is a industry in itself. So the space was given by the municipality. The trainers were nominated by the municipal corporation and they were upskilled, and our master trainers upskilled them. And 90,000 sanitation workers were upskilled in 5 days by using jetting machines, suction machines. They were on mechanization basically. They were trained on super suckers. So all these kind of machines which they were trained on were all provided by the municipal corporation, and the funding was given by the government. So we have the government funds, we have the municipal corporation, which is the industry which came forward, giving the space, giving the equipments, and we have this industry and academia, which are the skill councils, who have designed the course. So this was one classical example of all the bodies coming together. The second very good example which I wanted to give is recently we carried out, so there are salt pan workers in Gujarat. They basically use diesel generators to extract salt from the sea. So their daughters, SEVA is one of the organizations which came forward, Self-Employed Women's Association. And their daughters were nominated by the salt pan workers. We created a training center in Gujarat, and Renew Power came forward, funded the entire training program. So all these ladies were ferried from their homes to the training center. The cost was borne by the industry, and the program was designed by the Sector Skill Council. So here we have the industry playing a very important role, and we have the community which is nominating their fellows for the training. So it's not always, when we talk about a credible RPL, it is not one entity alone which can lead to a program success, but all the entities together which have to make a program a success.
No, very, very interesting example. I think the first one is under Swachh Bharat Mission, and yes. Interesting. Yeah. Bhumika, coming back to you. So from this, what are the first kind of deliverable or first kind of collaboration from this BRICS on this particular agenda? What do you think should be a first collaborative agenda for this?
So we heard the speakers in the morning, and I think there were a lot of ideas about what should be taken as the first steps in this direction of collaborating on various themes. I think, and I remember I called the perspective of certain speakers, mutual recognition pilot, something which is taken as a deliverable within a short span of time that can be measurable, that's bounded on certain outcomes, and can be seen as a proof of concept in a very near-term phase. While having an occupational taxonomy across countries also for green scaling would be a fantastic idea, but that's valuable over a midterm time frame, I would say, and that's valuable as a program. But if one has to really look at a deliverable, which is in a near-term time frame, what it needs is not the complete skill harmonization. It just needs a selection of 2-3 countries with very specific sector. It could be solar technician area, or EV, or green hydrogen, where the convergent skills across nations are recognized, and a pilot can be done to really bring out a proof of concept for the countries to follow. So the sequence could be that there is a mutual recognition pilot in place, basis which there is a joint research that one can undertake, followed by occupational taxonomy, and then leading to financial commitments around it. Because in that sequence, we see that a lot of requirements with respect to committing finance would already be in place.
Okay. So, I get your point. You are essentially saying that at least collaborate in terms of creating a pilot which can be scalable and where the roles of each of the people are defined, and then take it to the next level.
Yeah, start
from
with something. Start
Yeah.
with something that's tangible, that's giving results.
Okay. I will just check if I have time. Okay. So, I think I will just summarize and then we can take a couple of questions. I think we had a very interactive and thoughtful session. So on first, we kind of agreed on few things, and panel has a divergent view that what should be the focus on. But what it is essentially coming is that both institutional capacity and the employer-specific demand should be there in order to formulate a better program from a green skilling perspective. Financing may not be necessarily a challenge, but having a proper institutional capacity and at the same time having a specific demand so that the outcome are clearly defined is very much necessary. Then we also understood that globally, whether do we have any examples of green skill financing is actually creating an impact. Crystal spoke about the number of jobs that is going to be created, wage premium part of it. And then we also understood that how whether RBF or the result-based financing model will work here or not. From an ILO perspective, it was very clear that they are focusing both from a formal sector and informal sector, and this framework, the just transition framework, can be customized from both perspectives. And most importantly, we have learned that it's not about a new job role, it's more about how do we green the existing job roles. I think Madam clearly spoke about the priorities of the mission, why renewable energy is the main focus area. And I think she has also clearly mentioned that what are we thinking from the green hydrogen perspective, how should we focus more on creating more entrepreneurs and consolidating the industry rather than looking at short-term skilling, because that curriculum and other things can be modernized and can happen anytime. I think we had a very good examples from Arpit. Those are the excellent examples how all the stakeholders can come together. And I think he also reiterated the fact that solar PV and solar EV are the main focus area at this point from a emerging requirement or the strong requirement for the industry present. I think Bhumika has very deftly shared the experience from an outcome-based financing perspective. It was a very new instrument, and I think NSDC was pioneer to make it happen in the skill development space. But I think with growing experience and understanding of this framework, we are going ahead with the phase 2. She also articulated what is the requirement in terms of the collaborative approach for Brics. I'd like to close by saying that this is an emerging area. I think requirements will change every 3 year or 5 year. But I think whatever information, data, and other things we have, if we can collaboratively approach and create a mission mode program which is based on a result-based financing model, I think it will help all the beneficiaries. But it is not that easy. I think the ecosystem, the stakeholders, the capacity of implementation agencies, all needs to be kept in account. And whether they're ready for a results-based financing model or not, that needs to be evaluated. But we are certain from our discussions that result-based financing will definitely emerge in this sector. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to take a couple of questions. Please introduce yourself and ask the questions. And who in the panel you want to ask the questions? Please.
There has been always a chicken egg problem is there when we come to the skill development, whether it's the industry demand or the workforce development. Sir, there are multiple sectors which are already emerged and we were successful in dealing with. So whether our approach was reactive or proactive in such sectors, I would like to hear from the ILO and World Bank people for the mostly the other countries where the emerging sectors were addressed, whether it was a reactive approach or a proactive approach.
Let me start first. I think I would not say it from the terminology of reactive and proactive. When the first question was raised during the start of the session, I'd like to I really emphasize the skills needs anticipation. You should anticipate what are the skills requirements in the next, say, 2 or 3 or to 5 years. Because if you are reactive, you train for what is available now, then you will end up, again, not addressing the requirement of the industry. So I think the key word there should not be reactive or proactive, but the key word from the perspective of ILO is skills needs anticipation.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to say reactive or proactive, but I'm going to say, if I want to assume what you mean by that, I'm going to say a little bit of both, right? So, as Gabriel said, you need to be able to anticipate what your skill needs are. Again, we are coming back from receiving information from industry. When do you receive that information, right? So you might be training people for jobs that are no longer going to exist by the time you are done training them. Or you might be training people for jobs also that are not there, right? So it has to be a little bit of both. But at the end of the day, the key word is you need to have information from the industry at any point of time for you to be able to provide what is required at the right time.
Thanks, Gabriel. Thanks, Crystal. We'll take one more question. Yeah. This is the last question. We have a time shortage, please.
Hi, I'm Gaurav from Scaleway. We develop training solutions in virtual reality world. We have various solutions in industrial level training from welding, HVAC, and whatnot. I have a question for Mr. Pichoma. Sir, you mentioned about EVs, charged solar panel stations coming up. What is the key training challenge it would have, and how different it is from the regular PV installations?
So, well, that's a very pertinent question. See, solar EV charging, basically you will see that, you know, when you are installing a solar EV charging station, you have to install solar and you have to install the EV panel, both. So it's the solar installation as well as the electrical installation. So the major challenge is it's very difficult to find people who have an electrical background and who are willing to work into a solar space, because they need to be taught the entire skilling on how to install a solar PV panel. Of course, it's electronics, but it's not that simple also. And they have to be taught about the EV bit. Our full-fledged short-term training is not the solution to this problem, and our RPL is too short, basically, for preparing a person to be able to install a solar EV charging station. So this is something that we have encountered. UNDP had supported us in a few trainings, and this is the problem that we encountered, that the right kind of people were not nominated for the training programs. So that is where we saw the problem coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you very much for having us in this. And I think thanks NSDC for organizing this workshop, and the topic was very interesting. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ghosh. I would request our panel members to please remain seated for now. Indeed, a brilliant panel that we just witnessed. Can I request the AV team to put on the virtual mode? May I please check if we have South Africa team for the country perspective? Requesting our member country, South Africa, if you can hear us.
No, I think they're not there, so we can close.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, indeed a brilliant panel that we just witnessed. Let's have a huge round of applause for the entire panel discussion, and of course our moderator. May I please request our moderator and our panel members to step ahead for a group photograph. Requesting all to please step ahead for a group photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, you were witnessing the panel discussion 1 centered around green skills development and financing mechanisms for sustainability initiatives. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I would like to thank all our eminent panel members as well as our moderator for the brilliant and insightful panel discussion. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would request all our panel members to please proceed for high tea. I invite all our delegates to kindly join us for high tea.
So we'll be back in 10-12 minutes. We have another very interesting panel with 2 CEOs joining and Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technical University present here. So, and then business head from HCL Technologies is also here. So we'll have a very interesting panel on digital. So we'll start in next 10-12 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dave, for helping me out. So ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to kindly proceed for the high tea. We'll see you back again in 10 minutes sharp with the next set of panel discussion, which is going to be centered around digital transformation and AI, VR and AR for TVET. So requesting everyone to please grab your cup of coffees and be back with us in 10 minutes from now. Thank you so much. Can I request everyone at the high tea area to please join us back?
I have more of a building blocks towards it. What assets as well, but then again, from a TVEP perspective, it's a lovely use case.
I know we all love our chit-chats over coffee, but I'm sure this panel discussion is going to be very enriching for you. So a humble request to all the attendees to please reassemble in the auditorium so that we can get started with the panel discussion in time. A humble request to all our panel members, all our attendees, all our participants, our delegates to please join us back in the auditorium so that we can get started on time.
She's just been nice and polite. Humble request. Wow. I live in a little town close to Frankfurt called Bad Homburg, in Germany, and been there, living there for 15 years. And so I was given the mandate to set up this whole cloud in my area. Okay. And I kind of came in a vision and said, let's start with a full stack. Just put a compute in place. There's a lot of money at the bottom of this one. Yeah. So you can't ignore that. So compute is the whole nationalism that has come to driving all over the world right now. Including the home state when it comes to something as specific as AI.
All right, everybody, requesting everyone at the high tea area to please join us back in the auditorium as we are about to get started with the next panel discussion. Requesting everyone at the high tea area to please reassemble in the hall as we are about to get started with the next panel discussion in a couple of minutes.
You're in an organization, we promise you nothing will go. Only some traces, context is more retained. We may say your promise, but you know what? Promise. I think you promise. I will not tell no more. Never.
I can still see a few of our dignitaries at the high tea area. Can I please request all of you to reassemble in the conference hall so that we can get started?
Tokens are being consumed at a great pace. You get addicted to using that stuff. It's like the Colombian drug lords. Yeah, exactly. Two white lines and you're stuck with it. Well, it's not only about losing the data set from the problem.
I know we all love our coffee corner conversations, but let me tell you that this panel discussion is going to be even richer than that. So a humble request to everyone to please join us back in the auditorium so that we can get started in time.
Topic as well is something that people can kind of probably, everybody's got a bit of fragmented knowledge they're curious.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the second thematic discussion of the day, focusing on the role of emerging technologies in transforming technical and vocational education and training. Digital platforms, artificial intelligence, and immersive technologies such as virtual reality and augmented reality are creating new possibilities for experiential learning, simulation-based training, and accessible skill development. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will explore how BRICS countries can leverage technology to create innovation, inclusive, and future-oriented TVET ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, may I please invite our moderator, Mr. Harish Porwal, Partner, Government and Public Sector Consulting, EY India. Mr. Porwal has over 15 years of experience in management consulting, governance reform, and public sector transformation. Sir has played a significant role in supporting flagship initiatives, including the conceptualization and design of Skill India Digital, India's digital public infrastructure for education, skilling, and employment platform. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Porwal. Joining us for the discussion, our distinguished panel members, our very first panelist, Ms. Joyce Puan, Chief of Education at UNESCO's Regional Office for South Asia. Ms. Joyce leads UNESCO's education programs across South Asia and has extensive experience in artificial intelligence in education, TVET, multilingual learning, and education policy. Hearty welcome, ma'am. Joining us, we have Professor Dr. Prateek Sharma, Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University. With more than 3 decades of academic and research experience, Sir has made significant contributions to engineering, education, environmental research, and higher education leadership. Hearty welcome to you, Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome Mr. Sabari Nair, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Skillveri, a pioneer in immersive learning technologies. He has led the development of mixed and extended reality simulation platforms that are transforming vocational training across industries. Joining us in the panel, we also have Mr. Rishi Bal, Chief Executive Officer at BharatGen, with over 20 years of experience across Google Research, Microsoft, and the AI ecosystem. He is leading India's first government-funded sovereign AI initiative focused on multilingual foundation models. We are also pleased to welcome Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, Chief Executive Officer, IT/ITES Sector, Skills Council, NASSCOM. With over 2 decades of experience in skills development, higher education, and workforce transformation, she has been instrumental in driving industry-led skilling initiatives, strengthening digital pipelines, and advancing future-ready workforce strategies through collaborative engagement between industry, academia, and government. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also delighted to have Mr. Sandeep Saini, Business Head Sovereign AI Business at HCL Technologies. With over 3 decades of experience, he has guided organizations through major technology transformations and is currently leading initiatives to build trusted and secure AI systems. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome all our panel members and our moderator. I request all our panel members to please take their seats. Before we proceed, may I please request our moderator to kindly felicitate our panel members. Can we have the memento, please? Starting off with Ms. Paun. It's our absolute pleasure to welcome you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. I now request Mr. Porwal to kindly felicitate Professor Dr. Prateek Sharma. Hearty welcome, sir. And to share with the audience, this is my 3rd time hosting for sir. Very warm welcome, sir. I again request Mr. Porwal to kindly felicitate Mr. Sabari Nair. Very warm welcome, sir. Can we have the sapling, please? To Mr. Rishi Bal. To Dr. Abhilasha Gaur. Hearty welcome, ma'am. Now to Mr. Sandeep Saini. Very warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Mr. Ghosh on the stage to kindly felicitate Mr. Porwal. Can we have the memento, please? Hearty welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire team, we would again like to welcome all our panel members. And before we get started, we would take the country perspectives. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with a brief presentation from BRICS member countries on their initiatives and experiences in the digital transformation of TVET. Can we have the virtual link, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting off with our member country, Russia. Let's hear the presentation from Federal Institute for the Development of Vocational Education and Training under the Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation.
Hello again. Thank you very much. And again, I will need help with my presentation. I'm sorry.
AV team, can we please load the presentation? Thank you so much.
Let's start from the next slide, please. The digital transformation of our vocational education is quite comprehensive. Furthermore, the topic of digitalization complements and expands the horizons of sustainable development. So it's not just a pure coincidence that we have panels today dedicated to those two major issues. Digitalization is deeply embedded in all federal state educational standards nowadays. Digital literacy, data management, cybersecurity, and mastering artificial intelligence tools are mandatory elements of every educational program. In Russia, we are actively developing skills related to big data and AI. We train data analysts for industries, agriculture, and logistics. Sustainable development requires very accurate data, for example, how to optimize water consumption, how to predict equipment wear, and our graduates are developing those algorithms. Next, please. From 2022, when we started this project, to up to now, as part of the federal project Professionalitet, 18 clusters in the information technology sector were created. Now we see approximately 150,000 people studying at colleges, participating in the clusters across a wide range of IT professions and specialties. The established infrastructure and direct involvement of employers in training enable the rapid updating of educational programs and the incorporation of competencies related to the application of artificial intelligence. Specialized courses are taught by practicing IT specialists, and students work on real-world projects and earn their first salaries even before receiving their diplomas. Next, please. A key step was the introduction of a new TVET profession, integration of solutions using artificial intelligence technologies. The corresponding federal state educational standard was approved this year by the order of the Ministry of Education. Graduates will be awarded the qualification of artificial intelligence specialists, and admissions will begin September the 1st this year. The program is focused on the applied training of specialists who will be able to participate in the implementation of artificial intelligence technologies in production and management. Next, please. Another novelty for Russia is that we are actively developing a new model of college, so-called the Creative Industries College. Currently, we have 23 in 8 areas of training for creative industries within TVET based on this new model. You can see the areas of training, most of them belong to backstage professions and media, though for the past year, we saw great interest and increased amount of students applying to game development. Now it's massively popular. And I also would like to say that in industry-focused colleges, students learn to develop and manage a lot of smart active safety systems for rail transport, radars for autonomous vehicles, and control systems for autonomous agricultural machinery. Next, please. Simulators. The provision of unique simulators deserves special attention. A very good example is the unique VR/AR simulators for mining and heavy industry. Students practice operating giant mining trucks or drilling rigs in a virtual environment, and this ensures complete safety during emergency drills and allows them to practice actions that prevent errors and disasters. Using augmented reality, students learn to recognize parts and components, as well as perform assembly, maintenance, and complex repairs on mining equipment. They also use digital immersion technologies in order to train future miners. Nursing simulators, they're quite important for us because they're being introduced into colleges across the country right now. They allow students to practice medical procedures in a safe virtual environment. Tactical medicine. We've got unique tactical medicine simulators which were created in collaboration with Military Medical Academy. These simulators include numerous scenarios and allow medical students to practice providing care in extreme conditions without risk to patients. Next, please. And you see, I'm dwelling on several cases because those are the cases we're really very proud of. I'm first-hand acquainted with them, and that's why I like to boast them. Pirogov, that's another case, and Pirogov is an interactive anatomy table. It's named after the great Russian surgeon who made surgery in exact science, was the creator of topographic anatomy, and the founder of military field surgery. It's a modern 3D simulator and educational software package for studying human and animal anatomy. It features over 12,000 realistic life-size 3D models of male and female bodies, detailed views of organ systems, tissues, bones, vessels, and nerves are available. Models for topographic anatomy, surgery, pathology, and forensic medicine are also available. And today, the Pirogov system is used in various countries, including, incidentally, India and the United Arab Emirates. Recently, the developers created an application for laptops, tablets, and smartphones. Next, please. Now, this is something really spectacular, and our colleagues from the Ministry of Education of China a month ago visited this training center. The Far Eastern Marine Simulation Center in Vladivostok is one of the major seaports in the Pacific region, and the center provides training, upskilling, and reskilling Tibet students and maritime specialists in accordance with the requirements of the International Maritime Convention. You can see on the left and the bottom, this is the view of the center. It is designed as a virtual vessel and it's built along the cliff. So one enters from the street on the 7th floor and goes down to the ocean bank. The view was taken from the ocean bank. Even dorms for students are the copies of ship's cabin. The center provides training for operations on various types of vessels, simulating navigation areas around the world and navigational conditions, including the specifics of operation in polar waters. The center's equipment consists of individual simulators logically interconnected by hardware and software. The simulators are networked and can function as a single model of a maritime vessel of various types, enabling the practice of complex tasks for both seagoing vessel crews and shore-based specialists. It can also be used as a tool for training personnel for emergencies and finding rational technical and organizational solutions while investigating accidents and incidents at sea. And the center consists of two main units: simulators developed using digital technologies and AI, and you can see the captain's control in the middle, and it's actually surrounded by the virtual view of which could be trained for different types of weather, different time of the day, and different areas. And all those screen views, they were taken in real conditions. Then there's a simulation swimming pool with real equipment. It's a sea survival complex. It's 5 stories high. One of the walls imitates the side of a large cargo ship, 27 meters high. You can see rescue slides on the picture and the life raft. The pool can be filled with freezing water imitating polar conditions. There's also sound and light storm imitation and storm spray. Next, please. Digitalization, it carries the risk of digital inequality. Therefore, social support measures for digital transformation, including the creation of a system of digital mentors, have become a priority element in our state policy. We provide free high-speed internet and cloud services to students in Tibet, including those in remote regions. We are implementing adaptive digital platforms for students with disabilities. Much attention is paid to applied research and the subsequent implementation of its findings in the education of neurodivergent students and inclusive education. Neurodivergent needs are quite new for us, but we realize the importance of that because we see the increasing amount of students who have neurodivergent problems. And the next one, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I will name it. Because last but not least, I like to highlight a large-scale scientific and pedagogical experiment investigating the development of cognitive characteristics in students immersed in the new digital reality since early childhood. Its results will help formulate innovative approaches to formats and methods for teaching digital natives and subsequent generations. So this is a very brief roundup of what we do with digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? If not, we will now move on to the next member country, China. May I please invite Dr. Tang Miaorong, Director, Office of the International Affairs, Sichuan Vocational College of Information Technology, China.
Good afternoon, everyone. My dear colleague, I'm Tang Miaorong, the Director of the International Cooperation Office, Sichuan Vocational College of Information Technology, China. Today, I will share the SVCIT experience in digital transformation with particular attention to AI-enabled teaching and virtual reality simulation. The content includes why digital transformation matters, what it means, the main challenges, and how SVCIT applies AI and immersive technologies in practice. Now, let's begin with the forces driving transformation in China's TVET system. As society moves from agricultural and industrial models toward an information society, learning becomes networked, flexible, and lifelong. Education must therefore develop information literacy, innovation, and adaptability, rather than only deliver standardized knowledge. Financial crisis, deglobalization, and the pandemic have accelerated the industrial digitalization. Employers increasingly need people who combine occupational expertise with digital knowledge. However, interdisciplinary digital talent remains limited, creating a bottleneck for economic transformation. Steam and electricity expanded physical production, information technology enabled automation, and intelligent technology now supports networked, data-driven, and human-machine systems. TVET must therefore prepare learners to use data, collaborate with intelligent tools, and solve complex problems. China supports this transition through national strategies for digital China, the digital economy, and informatization. These plans connect digital development with industrial modernization and make digitalization a strategic task for education. Policy becomes action through smart education of China, education data, teacher development, and lifelong learning. Together, these measures connect platforms, decisions, people, and services across the education system. China also promotes international cooperation through the World Digital Education Conference and the World Digital Education Alliance. They bring governments, institutions, researchers, and enterprises together to exchange practice and develop long-term cooperation. This background leads to the key concept. Data connects process, decisions, and value creation. Informatization moves existing work online and improves efficiency. Digital transformation goes further. It feeds data back into the organization to redesign process, improve decisions, and create new services. It changes how the institution works. We summarize transformation in 3 moves: blend physical and online learning around authentic tasks, connect programs, employers, teachers, students, and services, and share data, platforms, and resources across institutions. The concept is easy, but the implementation brings a lot of challenges. The barriers include unclear goals, weak leadership, changing teacher roles, limited digital capacity, isolated system, security and ethical risks, weak industry links, and traditional practices. Most are organizational and human challenges, not purely technical ones. 4 responses must advance together: top-level design, development of teachers and learners, responsible data governance, and teaching reform connected with industry, blended learning, and data-informed assessment. Now I will show you how SVCIT turns these principles into college-level practice. SVCIT coordinates 8 work streams: leadership, planning, assurance, infrastructure, data governance, teaching capability, teaching reconstruction, and smart operations. Together, they align networks, data, people, and teaching around one institutional roadmap. Our integrated architecture connects infrastructure, data aggregation, public services, applications, portal, and users. Security and institutional governance cover every layer, preventing separate systems from becoming isolated information silos. The architecture consists of 1 portal, 5 platforms, and 2 centers. The portal provides unified access. The platforms support teaching, research, sensing, security, and control. And the network and big data center provide shared foundations. SVCIT also applies AI through a provincial program, industry-aligned courses, teaching innovation, and enterprise projects. In immersive technology, we have 11 virtual simulation projects, a developing digital twin training center, and the Asian Shuro Digital Museum. We also lead Brics-AR and VR competition standards, linking local practice with international cooperation. There are 4 messages the central. Move beyond simply digitizing existing work. Use data to redesign it. Coordinate strategy, colleges, and industry. And transform through people, data governance, and teaching practice. Technology is the enabler, but digital improvement is the goal. Digital transformation succeeds when strategy, data, people, and teaching evolves as one system. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to future cooperation with you.
Thank you so much, member country China, for the very insightful presentation. Do we have any other country representing? Can we have the virtual view, please? Any questions for Russia, China? All right. If not, we'll then move further. So, ladies and gentlemen, you just experienced the country perspectives across Russia and China. We shall now be proceeding with the panel discussion. And to start with the proceedings of the panel discussion, I would hand over to our moderator, Mr. Porwal, to please do the honors. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, delegates from Russia, China, and various member countries, panelists with me and my colleagues. This is a very interesting topic which we are going to deliberate upon on application of AI and immersive technologies in TVET ecosystem. I think we heard our delegates from Russia and China that it has vast applications across sectors, and that's where I think both the what part and the how part is being addressed through technology these days. So what's to be taught in these areas of technology, and how do we deliver and use these technologies for various TVET programs? And as we saw, it's not limited to just the IT or technology aspects, but various industry segments, various other sectors, be it marine engineering, healthcare, emerging areas like music. So we saw various sorts of sectors which are getting affected by technologies, and that I think is puts us as a very interesting stage in our journey, where we see how technology is taking us from, say, information age to intelligence age. And that's what I think also reflect in various industry reports being published, where we see that technology is going to transform the jobs and the skills required in these jobs. As some of the reports suggest that good 60–70% of the jobs will go through a transformation in next 5–6 years. And that represents a great skilling, reskilling, upskilling needs for the workforce. So I think with that and with that objective, let's move to the first section where I'll pose a question for a quick answer from all the panel members, that how do you see, okay. So that brings us to, Joyce, I'll start with you, that what is the biggest constraint you see when it comes to adoption of AI and immersive technologies in TVET, especially at scale, right? While there are various pilots and small-scale POCs have been tried, but what challenges do you see when it comes to scale? And is it infrastructure, cost, the trainer capacity, or any evidence that it can work at scale?
Thank you, Harish, and thank you, and good afternoon to everybody here and those online. Coming from UNESCO, my first answer would be capacity, trainer capacity, because infrastructure and cost, those are issues that perhaps the finance ministry can handle in a budget cycle, whereas for capacity, it has a longer lead time than all the others, and it's actually what makes all of the other constraints even more important, because if you can just understand if the ability for a trainer to recognize an error that's given by AI, be it in electrical isolation, for example, that's crucial. And so if that technology doesn't work, it's no longer an asset. It actually becomes a hazard, especially for the skills sector. And I think listening to some of just the countries mentioning their progress, this constraint in capacity of trainers is shared across all of the BRIC member countries and around the world. What just differs is the cause, because in some education systems, of course, there is a clear shortage of trained teachers and trained trainers. And in other education systems, instead, there are trainers who are there and present, but they're not fully trained and ready to accept an AI teacher-learner ecosystem. Over to you.
That's a very interesting point, that one, it tells us whether there is a shortage of capacity or not. And the second aspect of the capacity side, where the existing workforce, existing trainers are ready to accept and embrace the technology or not in their day-to-day teaching, pedagogy, etc. That takes us to a very interesting point. And with that, I'll pose the same question to you, Mr. Nair, that what do you see as the biggest constraint when it comes to adoption of AI and immersive tech in TVET?
Yeah. With your permission, could I play a 1-minute video?
Yes, please.
Skillvary video. So we started with the industry side first and then adapted it to the education side. And people assume it is the cost, but if you analyze it deeper, if you look at the total cost of ownership, technology makes it much, much smaller than doing it otherwise. The cost of not adopting technology is far higher than the initial cost of technology. And the incremental cost, when you reach a certain scale, adding 10 more centers becomes much more easier with technology. And then there is also this assumption, many places I have seen that poorer countries or developing countries cannot adapt to high tech. But across my work in India and other Asian countries, I've seen that the kids everywhere adapt to technology very fast. It's sometimes the trainers who are a little slower. So that's my take on it. And we have successfully used AR, VR to train people across the world. And then we have taken things to scale also to a certain degree. I would still say for a country like India, the scale means 100x more than what we have done. And then once you transition from learning things in the VR environment and then go to the real shop floor, we have AI tools that will validate or assess the quality of your real work. So you learn to weld in a simulation. And then when you go to the welding booth, you click a snap of that welded output. And then it tells you what you did right, what you did wrong, how can you make it better. The same thing can be done for painting, AC repair, and so on. Thank you.
I think that's a very interesting perspective, and in our subsequent questions, we'll discuss that. How do we collaborate between the member countries so that we achieve that scale, we achieve the volume, and the cost of adoption can be reduced? So I think that's very interesting point of view you brought. And that's when I take it to Professor Sharma, that the two members have highlighted that capacity and adoption by teachers is a challenge. In your view, what do you see as a challenge in adopting such?
Yeah, I completely agree with both of them. In fact, especially the trainer capacity is the biggest constraint, and especially the senior trainers. The younger lot is quite adaptable. I mean, especially anybody above 40, associate professor or professor level. I mean, it's a big challenge to decondition their minds, and that is the biggest challenge that I see. And Joyce says, I won't repeat what Joyce has mentioned. Cost and scalability is certainly not a challenge at all. That can be taken care of. You create one template, and basically it can be scaled up across. Only the biggest challenge remains especially of the associate professor level above.
Sure. Thanks, Professor Sharma. That brings me to Rishi. Rishi, in your experience, you come from the ecosystem where you're trying new things every day. What do you see as challenge when it comes to adoption of such technologies?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think we have to recognize that we're very, very early in the AI curve, right? And so one of the things I'd say is we need to be planning for not what AI does today, which is a lot of hallucinating and the challenges, but what AI will do 3 years from now, right? When you're actually ready to be able to scale up, scale AI out. Because if you just look back 3 years ago and just ask yourself, what was AI doing 3 years ago? And now imagine if you saw that same level of growth for another 3 years, what are the immense capabilities that AI will unlock? So I think the challenge is, in part, our ability to even imagine where AI can go and all the things that AI will be able to support us with. That's one. And I think the next challenge is to then imagine what are even the right modalities of delivering. How do we even think about training? How do we think about scale? I think everything is revisited. And I think you just have to look back to the internet, right? In the early days of the internet, there used to be, people went to class to learn how to use the internet. There was, you went to a class and somebody taught you for 30 minutes for a week how to use the internet. And when you look back in hindsight, we hadn't imagined all the possibilities of what might happen, right? A Khan Academy and other things that would emerge from it. So I think the possibilities are vast, and actually imagining what that future looks like is something that we're all going to struggle with.
I think that's a very interesting place where, Rishi, you've taken me to. When we started using internet, it was basically for email purposes. And no one had imagined that it can be used for so many applications. I think that's where the scope and the possibilities of AI and various immersive technologies is huge. I think with that, I move to Sandeep. Since you represent an industry where you have been implementing these solutions and taking them to action, in your opinion, where do you see challenge when users come to adopt these technologies?
I got to agree with everybody, all the points that came along, but and Rishi mentioned a few interesting things. He didn't focus on the challenge, he looked at the opportunity. What does it represent? I think that's important for us to see. So we got wisdom on tap. We got knowledge on tap today. That's what AI is giving us. My focus will be a little more on AI. I think my good friend spoke a good thing about VR and AR and other areas. From an AI perspective, and I spent a good afternoon last week with a bunch of IIM professors in one of the campuses, and they asked me a pertinent question: the role of a trainer in the world of AI. And it's like a superpower almost every student has. How does my role change as a trainer? What do I do? And I think that's where the challenge and the opportunity lies, in my view, because a lot of our systems, a lot of our skill development programs are still looking at the legacy in terms of the way we are trying to really look at training and skill development. As we progress further, velocity is the opportunity. That's what is driven tremendously by AI. The whole ideation to execution procrastination is gone. So you're delivering results much faster, which means the adoption of AI across the world, and I specifically take a cut on the business side, parking the consumers, is almost like an asymptotic curve, which the AI skill development and the adoption is chasing. And the slope has to hit zero somewhere. It may not happen, but then again, the velocity at which you're going to chase is very, 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 very high. So you need to relook at the whole aspect of how the trainers, augmented with AI, impart skills at a velocity that is desired. In my view, that's both a challenge and an opportunity. And that will be my take on this.
Dr. Abhilasha, I think you play a very interesting role of being an interface between industry and the other side of the table where the programs are being implemented. So in your experience, having heard all the panelists here, where do you see industry taking that lead in ensuring adoption?
Sure. From the AI perspective only, if I talk about the challenges, so I see two challenges. One is definitely the mindset, and second is the relevance. When I say mindset, it is being the industry association, NASSCOM, in most of the ongoing conversations with the industry, and as you rightly said, that we sit in the center of the trinity of academia, government, and the industry. So listening from them. Industry thinks in quarters or half-yearly plans. Academia thinks in semesters or years. Governance thinks in plans for few years. How to make a balance. So that is the mindset and relevance. For example, if a student who has taken admission in FY26 in BTech, by the time he or she will be completing in 2030, do we think the syllabus will be still relevant? We are not very sure. So I think that is the biggest challenge, that how the mindset has to change as per the relevance. So, and I think that's what we are looking forward, that how to balance it out. Thank you.
I think very interesting points. There's no doubt that all the panelists here think that there's huge opportunity in front of us. There are a lot more possibilities, and in terms of capabilities also we are well placed. It's just that the mindset, the relevance, the adoption of it is what matters. And that brings me to Joyce, that you work across systems at various stages of adoption in terms of digital maturity across the BRICS members, right? So in your opinion, what are some of the advanced systems have done differently? And is it resources? Is it governance? Is it the approach they have taken to adoption? What do you see across the members?
Thank you. For us, we see that the difference is sequence and not resources. And the sequence itself is a governance issue in itself. So from our research, we've indicated that generative AI can make TVET more personalized, accessible, responsive, and innovative, including through adaptive learning, simulations, and faster curriculum renewal. But it can also produce unsafe information, as we know, weaken practical competence, compromise assessment, reproduce bias, and widen digital divides. Therefore, the policy choice should focus on how to ensure that every use of technology, particularly AI, has a clear educational purpose, protects human agency and rights, strengthens rather than replaces teachers and trainers, and produces demonstrable benefits for learning, decent work, and sustainable development. And so what we found that is striking is that the more advanced education systems brought in AI late in the game. They already had a working institutional core, defined curriculum progressions, assessment that produces trustworthy signals, a teacher development pipeline, and learner-level data. AI had something to attach to, because when those foundations are missing, then the same tools have nothing to connect to, dashboards that nobody acts upon, personalization aimed at a curriculum no one has specified. And for example, one of the clearest evidence that money is not variable is what had happened in Republic of South Korea, when they had rolled out the national AI digital textbooks, and over $850 million was spent on AI digital textbooks, but within one semester, the national legislative had to withdraw that because of security issues, data privacy, screen time. Even the parents were not very appreciative of the effort. And so when you're asking about what advanced systems have actually done compared to others, there are two things that we'd like to notify. And the first is that member states can actually say no. They can keep an evaluation function separate from the procurement function, so that a decision to scale is a decision that they still have and that they can still reverse. From their principal regulatory instrument, it's the procurement aspect. And so it's not just published guidance, as guidance that never makes it into procurement really doesn't bind anyone. And the second point is a good news for those countries that are a little bit at the earlier end of the education system, because contracts are written far earlier than when the devices actually come, when the technology actually comes. And so these countries can insist that the technology providers not use student data to enrich their own global machine learning models. That the member states can also require documented performance in the actual language or of instruction. They can keep interoperability and exit rights and reserve a right of independent evaluation afterwards. Alongside that contract, the countries can also write an assessment and integrity policy, because students are already using these AI tools, as some of our colleagues on this platform have said. So whether or not the Ministry of Education or any other Ministry of Technology has deployed anything, this policy needs to be set in place, and it is most of the time overdue in some educational systems. And lastly, train the trainers, as we have mentioned. The UNESCO AI competency framework for teachers is freely available and designed for customization. Some of you may have heard about it already, because this framework defines 15 competencies across 5 dimensions, that AI should be human-centered, as we have heard. There is the ethics of AI, the AI foundations and its applications, the AI pedagogy, and AI for professional learning. So one of the BRICS member countries, Egypt, has actually launched its own national adaptation in June earlier this year. And last but not least is using the phone. It looks like as if we're going back to the future, I guess, but phone tutoring, SMS, and radio combined, very low tech, but they can also provide targeted instruction with the strongest cost effectiveness evidence in the field. And where connectivity is the binding constraint in any of the member states, this is where the equity issue can really hit and be addressed. So all of this doesn't really wait for infrastructure, and for UNESCO, the advice is that member states shouldn't buy AI if the problem is actually more of a teacher supply or foundational learning issue. Because layering personalization on top of that will just produce data on activities, but not necessarily data on learning. Thank you.
Sure. I think that's very interesting perspective, that going for layering, building the foundation blocks, and just not putting money blindly into something is something which is not going to give us the results. As you gave an example of Korea, that they invested a lot in AI-based course curriculum, but then it had to be withdrawn very quickly. And I think that brings me to Professor Sharma, that, the technology changes are happening very rapidly these days. Means even before we roll out any program, the technology has shifted, and that program or curriculum, kind of becomes slightly irrelevant. So, and that's a problem we see across the member countries. So, how do you see a cooperation can play a role in jointly developing and jointly, creating these courses, these curriculums, so that we are in pace with the changes in technology?
Yeah, indeed. In fact, this is the biggest challenge, not just limited to the, I would say, the IT-related or CSE-related fields, but it is impacting the core branches also, like electrical, civil, and mechanical. And the biggest challenge, especially for technical institutions, is this only, that how to dynamically, integrate the latest technological interventions which are, or the discoveries which are taking place, how to integrate that into our formal curriculum. But again, what usually happens is that there are certain, if we typically take a BTech 4-year academic program, there are certain components which are static in nature. So the fundamentals related to a subject, which are really very important, we can't compromise with that. So that remains stationary. But there are certain mechanisms through which we can integrate dynamically the changes which are taking place with the form of micro-credentials, for example. So micro-credentials, nano-credentials, in which we can actually partner with various industry partners, and then, seamlessly integrate within our curriculum, in fact. And incidentally, at DTU, we have already introduced these kind of partnerships with the industry, where dynamically we are integrating the static component of our curriculum. Usually what is observed is that the first 2 years are, we can consider first 2 years to be quite static. From third year onwards, in place of electives, we can certainly introduce these skills, I would say, which the industry needs. Specifically, typically when we observe after 4 years, when the kid is basically goes out into the market, usually what is observed is any organization, whether there is a government or private, there is a sort of a 6-month or 1 year training orientation towards that particular organization. The idea is basically to bring that, prepone that by being in touch with the industry, by getting, so there is a need to actually create a vertical, not just converting TNP into a more of a career development and industry engagement, where the feedback comes in a loop form from the industry, and the needs of the industry are basically taken care of. And we can always collaborate and partner with the industry by introducing certain micro-credentials or some industry-led sort of creditized modules. Thankfully, NEP 2020 offers a lot of opportunities where we can create these modules, and which can, whatever the gaps that exist, where we find a graduate who is not industry ready, to say so, can be made industry ready when we are basically in dialogue with the industry and incorporate those skills that the industry needs dynamically through our curriculum. That is what exactly is need to be done. And in fact, we have, it's not a forum to advertise our own DTU.
No, indeed, a great work being done, sir. And I think an interesting point you have raised is the lead indicators we get from industry, so that, our curriculum, our programs are very dynamic, and we enable through using micro-credentials. So I think that's a very interesting point which you have raised. And that takes me to the next part, where how do we simulate this and how do we scale it up and not raising the cost very high? I think Mr. Nair raised an interesting point in his opening remarks, that if we achieve that scale, the cost can be brought down. And I think one of the ways of achieving that scale is the cooperation between the member countries, right? So where do you see the content for simulations being developed in cooperation with these member countries, and what in your opinion can enable that cooperation?
Yeah, I think the first point would be that I believe 80% of everything is portable. Let's say driving, for example. So if I learn to drive a two-wheeler here in India, I can technically drive anywhere else in the world. The 20% that is differing is even the rules are actually very similar across the world. It's only the degree to which we follow the rules that varies across the world. So same way, when it comes to simulation, let's say welding or painting, the quality expectation of a particular sector is the same. So you may call it by American Welding Society standards or European standards. The names may be different, but the ultimate utility is the same. There'll be cultural nuances here and there, but 80% can be portable. And I think the collaboration has been slower because we were focusing on the 20% that was not same. So I think the cost of, again, not utilizing that 80% that is scalable is much higher than wasting our time on worrying about what will not scale. Coming to skill transfer using technology, and I think with both VR and AI, I find that the challenge is, as technologists, we tend to overpromise. And if somebody gets a bad experience in VR, or if somebody tries AI for something and then it doesn't solve their problem, then they shut their minds to it. So that's been the challenge. So if we as technologists stick to solving real world problems, then that will happen. So what we have, we took the toughest route. We started with industry in India, which is not going to pay a single paisa unless you prove benefits at the shop floor. Then we sold to education institutes in India. Then we went to US and then sold it bigger. Now we sell more abroad. But this factor that you can be useful, and then that the skill transfer for things that work are about 80% or more. And then most of my customers are able to reduce rejections and rework. Mostly when you look at a use case for VR, people look at what is the consumable cost that I am saving. But beyond the consumable cost, today, if somebody has to be taught welding for a particular position, 30 pairs of plates have to be practiced, and then nobody gives that kind of practice. So they end up going to the industry and then learning inside the industry, and which is costly for the industry or for the end customer. Somebody indirectly pays for it. So if you do a value stream mapping of all those costs, then I think using technology to solve it will be much cheaper. Thank you.
Sure. I think very interesting 80-20 principle here, that the 20% cultural aspect, language aspects, local variables is what everyone has been focusing on, saying that's a problem, that's a challenge, and ignoring the 80% commonality. And I think from that culture point, I'll say many of the BRICS members are not English speaking or not predominantly English speaking, and that's a common challenge we see across these members. And that's...
If I may add, language and that is something that is easily solvable with AI. Even before AI, we had Unicode and then text to speech, but it's become very, very simple with AI.
Right. And that's where I think, Rishi, my question is to you, that how do we, bring this technical cooperation amongst member countries, especially, without touching the questions of sovereignty? How do we have the common development of the modules and programs across the member countries, especially these various?
So we can, I think the references earlier, there's a lot of shared components. And language is one aspect of it, but you could also think of cultural aspects. And I'll come back to the gaming world, where when you have a game that you generate in one country and you want to sell it in another country, there's another amount of localization beyond the language that you do, right? The characters have to look like, the equipment has to look like, they have to behave like. And so there's a very interesting, and AI, I think, will provide an acceleration for that. The second thing is, there is a broad opportunity to share abilities, right? So, if we're all training our own AI, the opportunity to actually create forums where sharing can be done, that on what is, because the challenges are common. The amount of data that is available in most languages outside of English, maybe Spanish, Chinese, starts to get very thin and insufficient. And so you have to develop new methods to deal with this data scarcity. Those methods can be shared. Tool sets can be shared. So there's a lot that can be done at a sharing information, best practices sharing level that can accelerate the AI journeys of all the countries involved, right? Then I would say beyond that, there is also an opportunity for us to actually share in the underlying AI itself, right? So there are now global efforts such as Project Tapestry that actually allow for people to not just share best practices, but to actually share the model weights as well. So people can actually collaborate on creation of the underlying AI. And I think all of these initiatives across the stack will accelerate the efforts of every individual country.
I think very interesting point on sharing beyond best practices, right? Sharing the model weights, sharing the development methods, etc. So going beyond the best practices share and creating that forum so that it enables better and faster development. And with that, I think Dr. Abhilasha, I'll come to you. We have been, the points have been raised on portability of simulations, portability of, or say, sharing of information. So when it comes to occupations that exist, where do you see the BRIC members, collaborating? Because everyone has been following their own standards. In earlier panel also we talked about taxonomy and the harmonization. So what would that mutual recognition arrangement look like for various job roles, especially in technology space? And how do you see that we look at taxonomy, comparable assessments, or it's a trust mechanism between these countries?
Yes. So I think from a technology perspective and the occupations and micro-credentials, and when we are talking about the similar skills taxonomy across the BRICS countries, it is easier for the IT in that case, because more or less most of the courses what have been designed are industry validated, and the IT language remains same across the BRICS countries, whereas maybe standards in terms of manufacturing or electronics or green or other skills might be a bit different depending on the technology what they are using. But in IT, I think, and in some of the meetings with some of the BRICS countries, earlier also what we had, was that maybe a mutual recognition in terms of industry standards what are there. So that can be the first way to move forward. By the time the G2G things happens, and it takes time for the skill harmonization in that case. Also, with the BRICS nation, it is important that the mobility of labor is also an important aspect. Also from an Indian perspective, not only with the BRICS, but the FTAs what we have signed in last 24 months, especially let's say if we talk about EU. So there the first primary focus is ICT, also for the talent mobility, where I think it is important, and they already have a legal gateway office in Delhi to make it more convenient for the people to move into this. So I think for technology, rather than getting into a G2G mechanism, by the time the things get solved there, we can have an industry-led way to go forward in that case. Only thing is what might need to work on the current skills ecosystem will be that right now if we are talking about cyber security, so it is more tech aligned, whereas I think some part of our domain need to be added into it. It is something like a cyber security experts going to a IT industry, or when they are going to a bank. So maybe the domain is also required. So I think working on a T-shaped courses would be a good idea to take this forward. Also, when we are talking about, I mean, from our own experience, earlier we used to make courses which were more like a qualification, 400, 600 hours. But last 1.5, 2 years, mostly the courses are either the NOSIS, which ranges average from 90 to 120 hours, or micro-credentials, which can be 15 hours or 30 hours. From an industry perspective also, and from academia also, it is easier for them to take them. Also, with the advent of the national credit framework, and now we have credit framework from level 1 to 8, so it aligns with some of the countries in that case. And I can say the language or the nomenclature what we are using specifically into tech is more or less standardized across the countries in that case.
No, I think interesting perspective. Mr. Nair also brought that 80-20 factor, and same which Dr. Abhilasha is also pointing out, that a large portion of it is doable instead of solving that last 20% and waiting for that to happen and then do the entire thing. I think it can be broken into parts and starting with, say, core IT, then moving to the adjacent sectors. And I think that takes me to the umbrella question and to you, Mr. Sandeep, that countries are talking about developing their own sovereign models, be it data, be it compute, be it developing their models. So is it a good path to take for every BRICS country to develop their own, or can there be a middle path where sharing of these developments on data, compute and models be taken?
Yeah, I think we need to take a step back and take a look at what I call as the AI full stack. So you have the compute layer, you got the models, then you got a level of control layer where data ingestion and all the harnesses exist, and then you have a value creation layer we actually build across AI applications. I think for the frugal availability on the compute side, as of today, I really don't think it's feasible to kind of share across the compute layer across beyond the boundaries of a country. And there are elements of architectural elements which will define there's network dependency, quality of service dependency, and a whole lot of availability dependencies which exist there. Models, I think brilliant work being done by my friends at Bharatjan. You got Sarvam, open source, open weight models available, which potentially you don't need to reinvent the wheel. I mean, that's something which we see happening a lot in the industry. There are a number of efforts being put across to create a level of sovereignty when it comes to controlling your own models. And I think that's definitely an element that could be utilized across the block. And in my view, a frontier model or a standard model may not really suffice, and there has to be obviously training, reinforced learning that needs to happen from a country-specific perspective. The local compute infrastructure could come into play there as well. I think the assets around data ingestion, harnesses, the code which allows across you to ensure that your dev environment, your platform to create across agentic developments, your data pipelines, those assets are definitely shareable. A lot of those are open source already. But the biggest element in my view that has to be cross-utilized is the whole ability to create the talent which has to build on top of the stack. And I think that's where a lot of content that is already available, a lot of training programs that allow us to create across the forward deployed engineers, the programmers who understand the AI tools very well, because that's the layer which is going to create value on top. So you want the best cybersecurity solution powered by AI native application, well, you need to build it. So instead of borrowing a solution, borrow the capacity of the talent which will build that solution. I think that's where India could bring in a lot of, depth to the availability of the talent. And I think the work being done across by NSDC, by digital SID initiatives, by organizations like ours, which are focusing a lot on building very deep internship programs to create FDs across the country. Those assets are definitely shareable and usable. In my view, that will bring the springboard to creating a lot more value across the BRICS bloc.
I think a very interesting point that the layer where we create the content, the training material are shareable, and that's where I think the member countries can learn from each other, can leverage the expertise built by various member countries. And that brings me, Joyce, back to you. There's another point where countries are taking different positions, be it on data governance, be it on regulating the content, the accountability on platforms. So that's another aspect where there are various different positions taken by BRIC countries. So in your opinion, do you think there could be a consensus or a common position taken by BRIC countries when it comes to TVET? Do you think it's realistic, and should the grouping work under existing global instruments and we confine its cooperation to practice? What do you think?
Thankfully, that question is answered with a positive one, because yes, member states, BRICS, and also around the world, they do want to work together. And this is already exemplified by some norms, some normative instruments that's already been built. For example, the 2025 recommendation on the ethics of AI. This was where all 193 countries of the United Nations came together, and they established the first global normative framework for ethical development and ethical use, deployment of AI. And then for BRICS alone, just June last year in Brasilia, the BRICS education ministers signed a joint declaration on the ethical use of AI in education, and they formalized the TVET Cooperative Alliance, which is where this summit is taking place today. And particularly for TVET, Technical and Vocational Education and Training, the 2026 UNIVOC Guide on Integrating AI in TVET was actually co-authored by one of the BRICS countries, China. It was together with Shenzhen Polytechnic. So there is always scope for cooperation, and as some of our panel members have also said, the one aspect that the BRICS countries can come together is to have a binding common standard, particularly on safety critical occupations. Gen AI has no really reliable model of the physical world, and so an incorrect instruction on chemical handling or clinical dosage should be identically lethal in Sao Paulo as it is in Shenzhen, as it is in New Delhi. And so when the hazard is physical, the standards can be common without any of the member countries conceding anything constitutional or things like that. And we've talked about the mutual recognition of qualifications. And since this is already on the agenda, you can't really talk about portability or assessment until you recognize another system's credential and how it is actually assessed. And so when the AI touches assessment, recognition of qualifications, forces the agreement on all of the other connecting things that matter, such as the validity of evidence, the bias when it comes to auditing, and the human review of adverse consequences. So for BRICS cooperation, I think, as we have sort of heard, that the priority should be shared ethical standards, accessibility and multilingual resource sharing, teacher development, joint research, and stronger PPP ecosystems that they can learn from one another. And again, coming in with the equity equation, success should be measured by not how much the technology is adopted, but also whether every learner and every practitioner, particularly women, the populations from rural communities, persons with disabilities and disadvantaged groups, gain the capabilities to shape and to use the technology towards inclusive, peaceful, and sustainable future. Back to you.
I think really great to know that the cooperation amongst BRIC countries on getting towards common ethics standards is moving quite fast. And the point you raised on the joint research, I think that's something which the member countries can take. And that brings me to you, Professor Sharma, that the cooperation on academics front has been happening, on research front, various member countries have been cooperating, but that doesn't translate to actual field level implementation, especially when it comes to the TVET ecosystem. So how do you see that moving beyond the research cooperation, research partnership between member countries? And in your opinion, from say, Vice Chancellor's desk, how do you see that happening? How do we enable as a forum today? So that.
Yeah, so as for research has been a low-hanging fruit, because for that you have to collaborate in terms of any research project. But the biggest challenge has been the sharing of credits. and recognizing each other's, say, for example, degrees and etc. For any collaboration that has to take place at the degree level or any curriculum level. Thankfully, there is a now document there, as far as in the Indian context, the UGC document, where at the academic level we can actually collaborate with the partner institutions across the, even in the context of BRICS countries also, where we have the different options are there of the dual degree, joint degree programs. So that is what is the way forward, where that document has been created. I mean, that can be the one way of looking towards that. But for even for the research collaboration to succeed, even for the mobility grant of the students, teachers, to work on a joint research projects, there is a requirement for some funding opportunity, which can be third-party funding or from BRICS countries together forming a sort of a corpus where such collaborations, like for example Erasmus funding, options are there. So that is a way where the research collaboration can be enhanced. But certainly, the challenge which I feel would be, recognizing the credits across different institutions, the benchmarking of various courses which become part of the curriculum. How do we do that? And thankfully that, as I mentioned earlier, there's a document from the UGC that can be used as a template for the various options that can be, exercised. And obviously, talking to the counterparts at these institutions, because something related to benchmarking would remain a challenge, where how do we have the equivalence of, a particular institution, higher in ranking, lower in ranking, and the rigor associated with imparting knowledge, at these institutions. So a lot of dialogue and engagement is required. And for that, obviously some mobility grants are required to begin with, and later on it can be taken on through the online mode. So this is how it should be.
Sure. I think that's an interesting point, that recognizing the needs of courses better between the various member countries, and that leads to better collaboration on research and academia is the key. And that brings me to Dr. Abhilasha, that we talked about the cycles for industry being a quarter cycle, for academia runs on semesters, government thinks on planning cycles. But if you look at the cycles in AI, they are changing quite frequently and quite quickly, but our occupation standards don't change that fast, right? So how do you see collaboration between countries, making it more dynamic, more faster, instead of every country looking at their own occupational standards and frameworks? How do we jointly develop it so that we are well aligned with industry very quickly?
I think it's possible, but when we are talking in terms of emerging things, specifically AI, foreseeing it for 1 year or a 3-year kind of a duration, I find it very difficult in that case. But even for the academia curriculum also, NASSCOM as a working group with some of the IT companies were working on it. The first level of work which was completed, the suggestions which came were that maybe for the people who are working on tech and they want to be tech enabled, maybe a thicker layer for them, which can be 120 hours or 240 hours kind of a thing. And people who are into electrical, mechanical, or any of the other tech field, there it can be a thinner layer of these technologies which can be there. And as Professor rightly said, that some of the things which remain static or fundamental, and the another layer can be which can change frequently in that case. Once we'll be doing it with the countries also, I think it is possible in that case, because the global space or the geographical boundaries are not there in terms of technology. For example, in the last PM visit also, we have already signed up with Australia in terms of skill harmonization in that case. So that is a possibility there. Also, when we are talking about the digital credentials or the portability, because rightly said by UNESCO rep also, that it is important that it's not only the curriculum part, but how the assessment will also happen. That also need to be standardized so that it is accepted in the other nations also. So if we are able to make a framework where we are able to standardize end to end in terms of making the curriculum, as well as the delivery part and how we'll be assessing it. I think if we look at these three aspects in a framework, I think that is a possibility. And then maybe a cycle can be fixed, which can be, you can say once in a 6 months or once a year in that case, depending on what kind of a technology it is. The review can happen. And only thing is a joint responsibility, because UNESCO already has a framework, but not all the countries which are standardizing it as per the UNESCO framework. So one thing is that everybody standardize them to the UNESCO framework or any other framework which is already available in that case. In that case, it becomes easy for the portability, which will ease out the talent mobility also in that case.
So with that, Sandeep, I'll come to you for the last question. That, Dr. Abhilasha touched about assessments and, tutoring, the content, etc. So how does the compute requirements look like for these things? And one more important lesson we have from other aspects, like, for example, Aadhaar or say UPI, there is a great case for DPI, DPGs in the TVET ecosystem as well. So you talked about the compute being specific to the country, but can DPI, DPG route be the one where we do share the models and other things available with us?
Well, I spoke about the compute need being driven through an application routing at the CII conference in Bangalore last week. So I'll just quote what I said there. You can't be, and I'm focusing primarily on AI, generative AI. You can't be looking at this whole compute need with one lens. There's a spectrum of needs which are driven by the kind of applications which will utilize this compute infrastructure. I can start from the granular level. You'll need across compute on the edge, which gives intelligence right at the sensor level as well, to big what we call as physical AI or edge AI. That's a compute requirement. You need a significant compute, and that's probably the 20% case Ms. Nair mentioned about, within an enterprise boundaries, which is on-premise, inside the firewall, driving in inferencing, driving in data sets-based training to open source, open weight models inside an enterprise, creating compute capabilities that will deliver value. Now let's come to the interesting part. You go outside the firewall and you got these private clouds offering you compute capabilities. India today has, I think, about 2.8 gigawatt and a committed capacity going up to 28 gigawatt maybe in the next 3 years' time. So we go 10x there. That capacity is available to provide across a certain kind of an application load, which may not require a regulated environment of an on-prem, yet provides across a multimodal routing of an application to hit that particular computing load. Now, this is where I think there's a potential to create a DPI level setup, but right now what I'm noticing, and then there are the frontier models globally deployed, which are phenomenal reasoning. Now, every one of this has a certain purpose. When you work with a frontier model, a 5.3 trillion, 6 trillion parameter model, you're looking at some very deep reasoning capabilities, and that's required, but may not be required across every application. There's a certain portion of inference which may need to go there. There's a sovereign requirement for us to contain across compute within the boundaries of the country. And I think that the private cloud takes care of. There's a requirement of compute within the firewalls. That's something that the on-premise compute takes care of, and there's an edge requirement as well. Now, when you are looking at the current applications in AI, and specifically in the Indian context, well, we yet to see a national grade, mission critical, DPI ready application, but yeah, we'll soon see them as well. So I think the needs will evolve. We are still at an early stage of this evolution. We haven't really scaled out today. What we are seeing is sparks of brilliance. When I was Ministry of Rural Development the other day, I saw 254 use cases being presented. Now, these all use cases are working on different models. They don't share a common context. There's not a common data ontology being shared across. So a family which has a roof on the head is considered to be, benefiting from a Awas Yojana, whereas the picture forgets the fact that the woman is malnutritioned and probably needs help from another rural development scheme. So there's a lot of independent work happening. The moment you have a commonality of a platform that allows a common data ontology to be shared across, a common build to happen, let's not kill innovation, let's still keep the startups right there. Then we start looking at a DPI level infrastructure that allows us to really solve across national level problems, leveraging AI in its real strength. We can solve a lot of problems using automation and using algorithms. Leveraging AI requires you to really build up on the context, on the inference, and on the really, patterns that we're not able to humanly or through algorithm visualize. I think that's where the answer will start coming in. It will happen. You're already seeing extensibility of some of the DPI, services leveraging AI, but I'm sure in the next 12 to 18 months' time, you'll see a full-blown DPI, AI-native DPI application available in the country.
Thanks a lot. I think very interesting discussions happening, and can go on for hours, I guess. But given the paucity of time, we'll have to wind up somewhere. So I'll open the forum for questions if anyone from audience wants to ask any question on the topic we just discussed. Please. Okay, so I think very good insights from all the panel members. We discussed that there's no constraint on resources, there's no constraint on cost, infra, but the primary constraint or challenge we see is the capacity and adoption of these tools by users, especially when Professor Sharma highlighted that the ones with experience, 40 plus teachers or trainers find it difficult to adopt it. I think that's something clearly coming. Also, as we discussed, that the plans need to be future-looking, forward-looking. We need to see how technology would be 3 years, 5 years, 2 years from now, and we plan accordingly. Also, there are points related to the governance, the ethics of AI, and there's quite a headway made by member countries arriving at a common framework and adopting it. So I would like to conclude by saying that there are immense opportunities, immense possibilities, and a lot of work is being done by all the member countries. We saw in the opening presentations from Russia and China. So a lot of work is being done, a lot of leading practices, a lot of POCs to learn from each other and make it happen. As Sandeep said, we are on that path to make it a DPI, DPG, and hopefully in coming 18, 24 months, we are there having common framework and common models. So with that, I'll conclude this discussion. Thank you so much for very valuable, interesting insights. It was really a good learning experience for me, and I'm sure for the audience as well. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Porwal. Indeed, a brilliant panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, that we just witnessed, centered around digital transformation and AI, VR, and AR for TVET. Let's have a huge round of applause for all our panel members and our moderator. With that, may I please invite our panel members to step ahead for a group photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed the panel discussion 2 subjected around digital transformation and AI, VR and AR for TVET. Thank you so much to all our panel members, of course to our moderator, for joining us and gracing the occasion with your presence. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now move to the closing plenary of the Brics-Tca Research Symposium. The session will provide synthesis of the key discussions, recommendations, and areas identified for future collaboration during today's deliberations. It's my absolute pleasure to invite our rapporteur, Ms. Ragini from NSDC, to kindly present the highlights and outcomes. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi everyone, good evening. Thank you so much for all your participation today. As India assumes the chairmanship of BRICS Summit this year, I'm very happy to be in the same room as all these policy practitioners, experts and leaders who are here to guide the way as we build towards making a more resilient, more inclusive, more sustainable ecosystem in the TVET sphere. As I noticed throughout this session, there are 3 big themes and 5 big areas of cooperation and future investment that I have seen. The first 3 transitions were actually outlined in the inaugural session by NSDC CEO Shri Arun Kumar Pillai, which is the digital, green and demographic transition that we currently see happening today. All the BRICS countries are impacted by it, and it fundamentally changes the way we approach talent, skill development, and technical, vocational education and training. The 5 big areas of collaboration that I see today are first, recognition of standards and qualifications across BRICS nations. Throughout different panels and country presentations, we have understood the need to find alignment, find translation, and find ways in which we can recognize credentials across the countries. And as we also heard in the presentation given by our senior economic advisor at MSDE, there is a need for recognition pathways and translation pathways of credentials. It may not immediately be harmonization, but there must be some way to find common language, common taxonomy through which we can talk about skill development in these countries. The second aspect is technology. So we have skilling for technology, which is that as AI becomes more of a big part of all different sectors, we will need workforce prepared for it. But there is also skilling with technology, where technology itself is a big driver and a big lever of imparting skill development, imparting TVET trainings across different sectors of the society. Third is program design and capacity, which is the outcomes-focused design that has been talked about in multiple sessions, that as we go towards implementation of different programs, changing the architecture to an outcomes-based format where incentives are put in the right place, where definitions are agreed upon, can have a huge impact in getting the outcomes not just at the input level, not just at the training and skilling level, but also the ways in which it impacts the lives of the people who are taking those trainings. Then fourth, we have the role of industry. Training close to the industry, demand signals that are needed from the industry, training together with the industry in a cluster approach. These are some different themes that came up in the sessions today, where it becomes very, very clear that industry has a big role to play in how we design, conceptualize, and deliver our TVET initiatives. And finally, there is a role for there's a role for information and research architecture. As Dr. Devdeep Dey also pointed out in his presentation, and we talked about it in different other presentations, there is a need to collaborate more, share information more. So whether it is a BRICS level skill gap study or finding labor information systems, labor market information systems to be shared with each other, it can have a substantial impact on how we plan for skilling, how we plan for TVET across these countries. Now, very quickly, I'll take you through what was discussed in each of these sessions. I will not be repeating a lot of it, but just very quickly, in the beginning itself, through the inaugural sessions, we have understood that there is a need for dialogue, cooperation, and shared learning. And as BRICS countries represent 50% of the world population and more than 25% of its GDP, the initiatives we take here can have long-lasting impact for the rest of the world as well. We learned from the first session by Dr. Devdeep Dey the different We learned from the session that what are the basic vision and mission associated with the BRICS Symposium that we are doing today, and the need for research and the need for collaborative research in these sectors. We also saw different models that the countries are using, centering it on the question of who's paying for training, whether it is happening through public funding, whether it is happening through collaboration with industry. It creates different kinds of instruments. And there can be one instrument that has been created or experimented with in one country that can also be useful for us. And to do that, we need to have very clearly defined architecture for research and sharing of information across different countries. Then we moved on to hearing from different countries and their presentations. We heard from Brazil, China, UAE, Russia, about different experiments that they are doing, about different policies and programs that they are implementing, which we can learn from. From Brazil, we learned about their initiatives such as the National Policy for Professionals, as well as the Global Observatory, which can look at changes in the markets around TVET. From Russia, we learned about their state support for education loans, their focus on skills competition, including Olympics, which can be a big source of inspiration for the students, for the candidates who are taking these trainings, as well as I Am in Business project, which centers entrepreneurship and not just about getting a job, but becoming a job creator in your respective economies. From the China presentation, also we learned about active participation in the global TVET ecosystem. We learned about vertical and horizontal integrations across education and vocational channels. And we also saw their focus on a healthy development of their youths. From the UAE representative, we learned about their National Work Experience platform, which also got into some nitty-gritties of implementation and a real problem of, fake experience that might happen with certain, systems if they are not well designed. And from our India representation, we also learned about skill impact bond, outcomes-based funding mechanisms that changes fundamentally how at the execution level training is conceptualized and delivered. It changes the incentive structures and it leads to greater outcomes down the line. I found very interesting after these country presentations that the two panels we had, one on green skills and one on digital and AR/VR technologies. Financing for green skills was a panel where finance was not the problem. And digital and AR/VR technology session was a session where technology was not the problem, which points to the complexity, the essential complexity of these problems. When we look at the green skills aspect, the problem actually identified by our panelists was more about either capacity and the capacity to implement different skilling initiatives, as well as industry demand signal, where to invest, what kind of skill development is required, and how much investment is required in that sector. So those are two very interesting aspects which are not technically financial in nature, but have a big bearing on how we conceptualize financing for green skills. So that was a very illuminating moment for me to learn that finance is not a financial problem here. Then moving on to the digital technology and AR/VR panel that we had, again, extremely illuminating to understand the ways in which frontier models, good technologies, AI development can have a big potential impact on how much we are able to reach people, how customized, how language appropriate their trainings can be, how quickly they can become integrated in well-paying jobs of the future. And yet the problem emerged from, again, capacity, and even ventured into issues around ethics and sovereignty and the outcomes that we can achieve from these technologies. What that means is that essentially we are looking at problems that do not have clear answers, that do not bend to a traditional way of thinking. And therefore, everyone in this room, in their own capacity, has a role to play, has a dent to be made on these aspects. So from those 5 themes and 3 transitions that we discussed, 1,000 papers, 1,000 projects, and 1,000 policies could emerge that create an impact on the 50% of the population that form this BRICS coalition. So I encourage everyone in this room to be energized and inspired, as I have been through this session, to integrate the learnings in their own initiatives. And we will definitely see a big impact with that. I'd like to end with what Debspita ma'am said in the beginning, which is to always focus on the fact that this is about living, working, and learning with dignity. So with that, I'd like to close, and thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ragini, for sharing the key takeaways and proposed areas of collaboration. I'm sure these outcomes will serve as valuable inputs for strengthening Brics-Tca cooperation and informing future discussions under the Alliance framework. Ladies and gentlemen, as we arrive at the conclusion of the Brics-Tca Research Symposium 2026 Day 1, we reflect on a day full of meaningful discussions, dialogues, knowledge exchange, and shared commitment to advancing sustainable and digitally enabled TVET systems. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally conclude the symposium, it's my pleasure to invite on the stage Dr. Debdeep Dey from the Brics-Tca Secretariat to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. I will not take more than a minute. I know all of you are tired, hearing so much of deliberation since morning. But I think that, there are a lot of technical deliberations where there are deep research ideas embedded into it. So on behalf of the Brics-Tca Secretariat, I would like to thank all of you. And I will start with our rotating chair, CEO NSDC, Arun Pillai. Thank you, sir, for joining us for the whole day and listening to the ideas, the discussions, and contributing to the deliberations. Thanks to Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship for actually guiding us to do this entire event. Thank you so much for the participants who have joined online, and special thanks to the countries who have contributed. We know that you are all in different time zones, and you must have faced many difficulties, many issues, and thank you so much for your convenience, for making it convenient to join and contribute meaningfully in this discussion. Thank you so much. We will be again seeing you tomorrow in our Joint Management Committee meeting online, which we are starting at India time 10 a.m. So you are already aware of it, and the link is also shared with you. So thank you so much, and to all my colleagues here at NSDC and people at MSDE, thank you everyone for coming and joining these deliberations. Thanks to all the esteemed speakers, the panelists who have joined us. Thank you so much for taking out time and being here, and helping us with rich thought points, which we will try to definitely take it forward towards, and it will definitely contribute towards the success of Brics-Tca. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dey, for delivering the vote of thanks. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude the Brics-Tca Research Symposium 2026. Today's discussions have reinforced the shared vision of BRICS nations for building sustainable, innovative, and digitally empowered skills ecosystems through cooperation, knowledge exchange, and collective action. We thank all distinguished delegates, speakers, moderators, panel members, rapporteurs, partners, members of the media, participants for their valuable contributions, and we look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow for the annual meeting of the Brics-Tca Joint Management Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and have an amazing evening. So ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, can I request the entire organizing team of the Brics-Tca Symposium to please join us on the stage for a group photograph? Requesting the entire organizing team of Brics-Tca Symposium 2026 to kindly join us on the stage for a quick group photograph. These are the pillars who have been behind this entire symposium, the pillars of strength, the pillars who have been continuously working hard with determination, with hard work, all through to bring this one-day conference together that you witnessed today. And of course, it has another day tomorrow as well. Can I request the entire team to quickly join us on the stage for a group photograph? The entire organizing committee of the Brics-Tca, can I request Dr. Day to please join us? May I please invite Ragini, Monisha, Mansi, I may miss out a name, Vivek sir. I might miss out names, but you know you have worked really hard behind this beautiful and prestigious conference. Can we have all of you joining us on the stage? Jivika, Rahul, Vijay, the entire organizing committee of the Brics-Tca Symposium 2026, ladies and gentlemen. This is the dream team behind this successful symposium that you witnessed since morning. Let's have a huge round of applause for this team who has been working so hard. Many congratulations on the success of the day one of the conference. We'll see you back again tomorrow morning. Thank you so much and have a great evening.